Alright, I hope we are getting the updated info on the left hand side very soon with stint 4 on the way now. A little bit of an intro one, but yeah, it's short on the streaming team today, so back to back is not ideal. But we see the cars finally back out of track. We have Azurian for ORT behind the wheel, Gecko for the 44 Esports Race Asylum somehow find themselves in P2 after not the greatest start to this event, but yeah, just never give up, keep on racing, and we'll surely see the actual gap between Gecko and Azurian. So it was, I think, roughly 3 minutes before the driver swap. So we'll get an update on that hopefully pretty soon. I think once Gecko crosses the line, Welchie in P3 for MRL, 6.5 seconds. It is for Welchie and MRL, the 33 car. In P4 we have Loose Moose Racing with Toto Wolff. The Dents for Race Asylum 218, Lexus in E5 currently. With Greasy for the Sector 7, number 7 in P6, and Blue Racer also racing again, his second stint of the event, 77 car, the GTR in P7. So that's looking to be a promising battle between Dance, Greasy and Blue Racer. Just 4 seconds separating those drivers each for this one. Banana Judge in P8 for LRC. In P8, Macho Mocky again trying to put on a show for us with fastest laps and pushing like crazy to, I don't know, get that car up the order, maybe into the top 5. Who knows what is possible for the unlucky 13 today so far. Johnny Waffle for MRL Team 2, number 9 car in P10. Last minute racing, we have La Bomba Negra in P11. JP for the 999 Race Asylum BMW out on track driving one of his liveries. So JP, the Race Asylum livery master god, whatever you call him, always with awesome designs, for driving one of his own. Today Ghost for 1010th Racing in P13, and then we have the 64 car still waiting to get out of track. It will be Beetlejuice for Syndicate Racing. It is Azurian in the lead. Now we have to gap 3 minutes and 12 seconds to P2. Also just reading some really concerning news about that Candyman isn't well at all. He's going to hospital, oh, fingers crossed, and yeah, let's wish him all the best. It looked very weird, this one. So yeah, hopefully it's nothing serious. Oh no. Ambulance was called. Alright, so yeah, it's all poof. I don't know how to continue now. We're hearing that the driver's having like really physical pain issues during those races. So yeah, fingers crossed for him as well. Yeah, I don't know if you're religious or not, but yeah, no, send your prayers to Candyman. Let's hope everything will be good. It's just a little bit of a scare. Gecko and Welchie 5.6 seconds. We'll have a look at the gap. We'll see in the lap times. 18.5, 18.6 for Welchie. 18.7. Yeah, Welchie a bit quicker for now. What about Toto Wolff in that AMG? 1 minute 19 so far, not able to keep up with the pace. Dance low 19s, might be able to chip away some of those 10s to get closer to Toto Wolff. Or under 10 seconds, we keep an eye on that one for sure. Greasy in P6, 4 seconds still a gap to Dance, but Blue Racer is catching. We had it 4 seconds, 3.5 now. Banana Josh in P8 at a bigger gap to P7, but Macho Monkey is flying. He is again putting on a show for us, 17.5s, and he's not slowing down, nearly matched his personal best. Last sector lies through that final chicane, comes around the final turn now. We'll be seeing another 1 minute 17 happening, 17.5 to 0. That's, yeah, insane. We get a little bit of an onboard impression. Setting up the move now. Will it happen before the double right-hander? No, don't think so. Just be patient. Wait for the exit, wait for the run. Here you see Banachos was struggling with that apex, and this gives Macho Monkey now the opportunity. The run. They're side by side now, and Macho Monkey got past the LRC driver up into P8. It is. Blue Racer that gap down to 2.3 seconds. Greasy, yeah, still trying to find the pace by the looks of it, and those 1 minute 19s currently, while Blue Racer is lapping to 118s now, definitely gaining, and Macho Monkey on a different planet catching. But what's the gap? That's, yeah, 1 minute 25 to Blue Racer. Keep that in mind. Azorian, yeah, 1 minute 17s as well for ORT, so they're just not slowing down in this event. 3 minute 15 to Gecko in P2 for the 44 for that. And Welchie getting closer, under 5 seconds. Doing 18.5s, Gecko in doing 18s, but high 18s, so losing 2 to 4 tenths per lap compared to Welchie. By the looks, Toto Wolff, bit of up and down. He had an 18.9, now back into the 1 minute 19s again. Dance still lapping in those 1 minute 19s, not got into the 118s so far. Greasy pick up the pace now. 18.8, and Blue Racer within 2 seconds now on a pretty good lap, I imagine now. Probably personal best. We'll have a look. No 2/10, but still well within 1 minute 18 territory if he gets a clean final sector. Well, not much of a drama happening, and yeah, Macho Monkey is pushing 17s all the way for the number 13, and 1 minute 18.1 now. Banana Josh yeah, couldn't keep up with that pace. Already 7 seconds the gap to Macho Monkey. Johnny Waffle in P10, 45 seconds the gap to P9, 1 minute and 3 seconds the gap to P11. Another 58 seconds to JP in P12 for the 999 BMW. And what's the gap? Ghost, yeah, to JP, 1 minute and 7 seconds, and Beetlejuice finally out on track for Sector 7 Racing. 22, no, that's not correct, in 2 minutes. We have to wait for the next round, maybe when he crosses the line, to get an updated delta. Probably a couple of laps to go. It's a couple of minutes, yeah, but not that much. Azarian already on lap 18 of this stint. We also heard it in the last one, so the overall race distance for this stint was increased for 3 more laps to compensate the insane pace in this event. We want to run as close as possible to that 12-hour mark. Get an idea about the pace. Gecko Racer in the second, 3 minutes 17 behind, and under 4 seconds now the gap for Welchie. Welchie and Gecko, yeah, Welchie still gaining a little bit on the Race Asylum driver in front. We have Toto in P4, still 10 seconds to Dance and roughly 4 seconds to Greasy, and it will be Blue Racer now putting up a fight against the number 7 car. It's so 1.3, 1.2 seconds for now. Also, we are eagerly waiting, of course, for some updates about Candyman's situation. And we just heard from Ray that if it doesn't get better, so they might see that 77 car getting retired for this race, because players' health always comes first. For now, we keep on racing. And Blue Racer definitely closing that gap now, under a second. Briefly, before the braking zone, back under a second, coming out of that chicane. That's a good run on Greasy. Greasy also gained some time on Dance, so a possible 3-way battle for P5 incoming. So we'll stay with Greasy. We'll see the gap to Dance and to Blue Racer here, and jump onto my favorite camera position. So 1 second, get a nice run through the first sector, open up that gap a little bit now. The back straight, not the strongest part for the RS01, but gets a good exit. And opening up that gap a little bit. So we'll go back to the TV camera. You see 2.3 to dance, a second roughly to Blue Racer. And Macho Monkey still doing his things. 5:22 for everyone, so gained 5 to 6 seconds since the last time on Blue Racer. And this is heating up, this battle for P5. The dance is still not able to get into the 1:18, and the other drivers behind are definitely a bit quicker for now. Could get interesting. Greasy in that race asylum sandwich pretty soon if he keeps up with that pace. This could be a personal best for dance incoming, judging the gap. No, not quite, but it manages to keep that gap fairly steady to Greasy in P6 and Blue Racer in P7. Under a second still, roughly the same pace now for those drivers. And 19.2, definitely getting closer to that 1:18 lap time. True, Ray, yeah. Return of the Big D, yeah. But the Big D was shredding his front left tire. Maybe he was too excited to be back. I don't know. But had some solid pace, but in the end the tires just dropped. He loves it hard, okay. Yeah, maybe that's why. But yeah, made it interesting for a couple of laps. Definitely had a nice battle with another car, and then I think it was the Loose Moose Racing team where they were in an infight. Oh, Greasy a bit too deep. Opportunity for Blue Racer now. Run through the final turn. Blue Racer looking down the inside. They're going side by side. No, they're not. Oh, it was close. But Blue Racer back out now using the inside line. Will they go side by side to the first turn? Yes, they do. It's Greasy on the outside. Manages to avoid the spin, but lost that position. Oh wow, that was close. So, and we see Macho Monkey right in the mix, trying to unlap himself. So yeah, I forgot I don't have the replay function available because I had to join the lobby after the race started. So, but Macho Monkey is on the move. He's unlapping himself now. Got past Blue Racer, and the gap between Blue Racer and Greasy 1.3 seconds. Blue Racer with a great exit on the back straight. He can use the pace probably to get closer to dance again. 3.6 seconds it is to P5. What's happening between Gecko Racer and Welchie? 2.5 seconds. Yeah, the gap is slowly coming down. Welchie with an 18.3 personal best last time around. And gaining on Gecko. the leader, Azarian, for ORT. Yeah, big gap. You see it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so that's well over 2 laps. Pretty good for ORT so far after roughly 6.5 hours of racing at the 12 hours event taking place at Road Atlanta today, presented by the IRO, International Racing Organization, and it's round 7 of the GT Endurance Championship 2024. One more round to go after this one. Spa 24 hours, just in case you are wondering, a big one. And 12 hours also. not a sprint race. So under 2 seconds are the gap between Gecko and Welchie. Welchie really pushing that BMW to get closer to that Corvette. In P2, Toto Wolff in P4, nearly 30 seconds down on the road. The Dance in P5, Blue Racer 3 seconds, gaining again. And we saw Macho Monkey cutting through the grid from the back, making up some time on the same lap as Blue Racer and Greasy. Now we'll see the gap toward the end of that stint, of course. And yeah, Blue Racer gained half a second on Dance, on maybe even more, not sure about. Yeah, good run, 6/10 maybe already for this one. You have a look further down the grid in P9, it's still Banana Josh for LRC, the 51 McLaren. Bit of a lonely race for position, but there's still plenty of action at this track, short track, narrow track. Lapped traffic always a factor in those races and on a shorter track layout. Johnny Waffle in P10 for MRL, team number 2, the number 9. GTR, minute and 1 second to last minute racing. JP then another minute behind P11 for the 999, with Ghost in P13 also a minute down plus a couple of seconds. And now we have, I think, overall time updated for the 64s, 16 minutes 53 seconds. That is 7 minutes and 20 seconds roughly. A long day for the 64 car today, definitely. But they're still doing their thing, running, seeing it through, and I hope they get rewarded. Oh, and here we go. A little mistake probably happening, Gecko. 19.7, maybe a penalty, I don't know, but it's now Welchie all over the back of that Corvette, half a second, and getting closer down the back straight. That Corvette still has the front, has the legs down on that back straight, but it's the twisty parts where the BMW is better. Also in that slip, that BMW is strong. Welchie getting closer and closer, half a second roughly when they came into the final chicane. Now it's 7/10 crossing the line, and they're also getting probably closer towards the pit stop window, so probably looking roughly lap 31 or a couple of laps. So Welchie pushing through those S's, getting closer, but also be careful those curbs, the grass, don't use too much of them. Into a double right-hander we go. It's 3/10. So close now. Whoa, nearly lost the rear, but kept it power down. Lost some time though. Better exit for Gecko this time. 3 attempts, 4 attempts now. The run. And Gecko's tires are not looking good anymore. Sorry to say that, but the front left is 90% down, and they probably need to survive for a bit longer. Also with the extended stint length, that's not probably helping the Corvette with the tire wear at all. It will be a crucial couple of minutes for Gecko and the 44 team. I guess they won't be fighting too hard to stay in P2 for now. And now it has a decent run coming out of the S's. So Welchie half a second in the gap. We'll be gaining probably through this part. Good exit again for the Corvette and Gecko, opening up that gap a little bit. Half a second still, but not sure how long Gecko can defend that position. The tire wear is so much better for Welchie in that BMW. And have a look at Vance. Something happened to Blue Racer, right? Creasy is P5 suddenly. What happened? Vance had a 1 minute 28 and Blue Racer 1 minute 29. Was there friendly fire between the Race Asylum teammates? It looks like lap 21, 1 minute 29, 1 minute 28.9. Yeah, something must have happened between those two cars, because Keep It Creasy moved up from P7 to P5. Yeah, so the number 77 car, Race Asylum 1, they had a, I don't know how should I put it, a health situation. So it looks like the driver Candyman suffered some chest pains, and they had a lobby disconnect in the end. So we are still on the edge of getting some updates about his situation. Had to they had to call an ambulance, get him into the hospital, and check what happened. So that's why the 77 car is currently running in P7, but they were running in P2. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jakey, for that clarification. So there was contact between Blue and Vance. When both are pushing through the S's now, Gecko and Welchie. And Gecko's tires are pretty much shot now. Probably they need to run at least one more lap. Let's have a look at Azarian. Yeah, lap 31. They're looking okay-ish on those tires. Oh, still the back straight is where Gecko gains his time over Welchie, and so Welchie where to find that spot on the track to make that move stick. 8/10 now. So probably nothing happening here. Toto Wolff in P4, Creasy in P5, Blue in P6, and Dance P7 it is. Luigi, there are no secrets. We know everything, yeah. Maybe one of your GT7 nicknames gave it away. I don't know. The man of 1,000 accounts and whatever. I'm pretty impressed how you manage to keep track of all your accounts and what you're using. But this is still not over. Gecko still defending that position, and those tires, yeah, those tires. But he will be going for another lap. He has to, probably, to give him a chance of doing it. Oh, Welchie going for the undercut. I think that's a smart decision if you're rooting for MRL and Welchie, because that tire wear on the BMW is really good, so he can go away for a longer stint. And probably, yeah, was just held up by Gecko with his pace, so that's why he's hoping for a bit of a clear track ahead. Here comes a car around, just behind the 64. Oh, but apart from that, there's nothing happening in front of him. So Greasy, and they're still running comfortably with that 5-second gap. Blue Racer in P6. Let's have a look at those tires. 80%, 85 maybe. So also pit stop incoming very soon. Same goes for Dance in P7. Macho Monkey pushing like crazy, so they are really gaining. It could gain probably up to 50 seconds during this 2-hour stint. Get that gap down to P7, 6 and 5. You see, here comes the leader, which I see as Azurian, lapping the 218 car for another time. And Gecko running up to lap 31. That's basically cutting the race distance into thirds. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him finally pitting now. That front left is gone now. By the way, it's 97%, 98. I don't know. There's barely any white visible. So he should be coming in this lap. Yep. Let's see about Welchie's strategy. Those fresh tires. The undercut, he was close. Yeah. Pretty sure he will be jumping Gecko now. Gets round to 64. Personal best 18.2, and Gecko is still on the pit lane, so Welchie comes around, and yeah, not even close. Look at that. It's a couple of seconds, and between those two drivers now, nearly 7 seconds gained. Also have a look at the fuel. Yeah, Welchie did refuel that much compared to Gecko, but also like this outlap on fresh tires definitely gave the advantage to MRL 33 for now. So next drivers are pitting. Blue Racer staying out, Dance is staying out, Greasy into the pits and just leaving them. Macho Monkey for the number 13 car in P8. Pretty sure they will be pitting soon this lap, maybe next lap. We'll see what they do. Narrow line, no. Going for another lap. Banana Josh in P9 for LRC. Yeah, Johnny Waffle gaining on them, but let's have a look here. Both yet to do that pit stop, but it's also like roughly around lap 31 what most of the drivers are aiming for. So Johnny in P10, La Bomba Negra for Last Minute Racing in P11, JP in P12. A minute, a gap, Ghost right in the mix of some faster cars around him, lapping him. And Beetlejuice in the 64. 7 minutes behind P13. Let's have a look. Welchie versus Gecko, 8 seconds now after the pit stop. Macho Monkey in the pits, the same goes for Toto Wolff now for Loose Moose Racing. Dance probably hitting as well. Oh, that he understeered a little bit. Will it be a 3-second penalty? I don't know. Blue Racer is on the out lap. Creasy also, they pitted 1 lap earlier. It's under 5 seconds to Blue Racer at this stage. How about Dan still refueling? A long stop up to 100 liters, 100%. Or wants to have a shorter pit stop next time. He definitely lost some time during that pit stop. Let's wait for the gap. Yeah, there goes the 3-second penalty. I thought I saw him crossing that entry line. It's now 23 seconds, 24 seconds nearly. The gap to Blue Racer in front. Johnny Waffle into the pits in P10. What about Macho Monkey? That gap to Dan. So he unlapped himself during this stint and probably will close that gap even more. Crosses the start finish line now, comes round T1. We'll have a look at that gap, and it's sub 40 seconds at this stage. So what a stint so far for the 13. What's possible? What is possible for the 13 today after the unlucky events we saw them being involved with as a Rian? In the meantime, with the fastest lap of this stint, a third 17.382. Wouldn't be surprised to see Macho Monkey recording a slightly faster lap at some point during the stint. Also Welchie 17.9, 18.0. That's again roughly half a second per lap quicker than Gecko Racer in P3. Toto Wolff in third. Just 5 seconds to Creasy. That's interesting. So Blue Racer finds the time to race, and Chad in the stream. Focus on your race, buddy. Don't apologize or whatever during this race. Just finish your stint. 3 seconds to Greasy, and Greasy 5 seconds behind Toto Wolff. So P4, 5, and 6. This could get interesting in a couple of minutes time. Dance, look at the gap. Tube Macho Monkey under 30 seconds. Oh, that guy is flying. Literally flying. Purple. And was 1.5 tenths purple, so a 117.2, maybe 117.1. Here we go. That, yeah, was to be expected, let's put it that way. Oh, Banana Charge in P9. Big gaps in front and behind. Johnny Waffle the same. 50 seconds ago, and taking some interesting lines. No, it was just a bit of a desync in the lobby. By the looks, everything is still good. Lydia 50 seconds. The same for La Bomba Negra 2 JP. 1 minute 30 the gap. What about Ghost? 10 minutes behind the leaders. And that's 1 minute and 14 seconds to P12 at the moment. So not sure what's the closest on track so far we have. Oh, Nacho Monkey flying, 26 seconds. But here is probably the interesting bit in a couple of minutes time. The Toto Wolff, Keep It Greasy, and Blue Racer. They will be bunching up. Really sure about that at some point in the next couple of minutes. We'll stay with Greasy for a bit. Keep an eye on that gap, 3.5 and 3 seconds. Not really happening that quick, but it surely will at some point, trust me. Yeah, I think Blue Racer is probably a bit quicker than the rest of the pack in this battle involved. Toto Wolff and Greasy, so will be interesting. Yep. Greasy is slightly catching Toto and Blue is slightly catching Greasy. So we will be there really soon with the battle. Fingers crossed for that. I actually just crossed my fingers, by the way. But it's stupid because I don't have a camera, so you don't see it. But hey, 2 seconds, 2.6 seconds, yeah, they're bunching up as I was hoping. Also, we see probably a little bit of lapped traffic being involved as well. I just saw this colorful GTR, Emerald 2, number 9. And Toto Wolff just got past Johnny Waffle, but lost a little bit of time, 1.6 seconds to get to Greasy, so they gained some time. Blue Racer 2.2 the gap. Let's have a look at Macho Monkey. 21 seconds still on a mission for this race. But don't forget about the leaders, of course. Lap 44, so still nothing to worry. The same goes for Sierra, Welchie and Gecko Racer. So after the undercut, Welchie never looked back, opened up that gap from 7 now to 11 seconds. 3:26 behind the leaders. So Gecko in P3, Toto Wolff in P4, 1.1 second now that gap to Greasy. Still, there's a left car in between, but Johnny Waffle getting out of the way. Greasy, easy pass, 1 second, under 1 second that gap, and also Blue Racer trying to catch the back end of this group. Gets probably a little bit of slipstream assist from this hello GTR. But Greasy well inside the slipstream range, catching Toto Wolff in P4. So we have that promised battle. Now 35 Loose Moose Racing AMG, number 7, Sector 7, Renault RS01, and the 77 Race Asylum GTR. It's going to happen now. Greasy with the run, 7/10 and closing. We get a little bit of an onboard. We also see the sun slowly setting. We get an atmospheric end for this event, no doubt about it. We see just over 5 hours remaining in the 12 hours here at Road Atlanta. Under half a second that gap. And it's getting closer and closer between Toto Wolff and Keep It Greasy. But then again, we see the RS01 struggling in the top end towards the end of that straight, but gets a very good run out of the chicane heading into the final turn. Under 2/10 the gap. Will we see a move? Tries to scare Toto Wolff into a mistake. No, he's not falling for it. He's keeping his lines. Under pressure, Keep It Greasy missed the inside curb, but still carried some good speed. Now crucial for Greasy to get past, because otherwise you see Blue Racer is right behind, has the slipstream 1.1, 1.2 seconds roughly. So Greasy couldn't find a way for now. Into the double right hander we go. Again, focus on the exit. Initial torque for that AMG is strong, is good. The Toto Wolff opening up that gap slightly, half a second. Now the slipstream helping Creasy to get close to Blue Racer on the lower end of that slipstream range. Not really gaining, but also not losing any time. So 1 second for Blue Racer to Creasy. Creasy right behind Toto Wolff. Now 3 a battle for P4. It is. And which is exciting, definitely. Blue Racer lost a little bit through that final chicane, 1.6 now again, so maybe a little wiggle. Couldn't see it, but here we go. 35 versus the 7 car AMG versus Renault RS01. And once again, it will come down to the back straight. And this is probably the weak point for that RS01. It just doesn't have the legs to actually pull alongside and go for a move. .210, will it be enough? Maybe a late move. Toto Wolff not defending the inside line, so they're keeping it as it is. Bit too deep maybe for Creasy on the edge. They nearly touched the grass on the outside curb, but kept it on the track. But here comes Blue Racer with a great run through the final turn. 3/10 the gap to Creasy now, so Creasy attack and watch the mirrors at the same time. Not an easy task at all. We go on board in that GTR. Blue Racer with the probably the best position for now. Sees the 2 cars right in front. And can time his move maybe. If those 2 don't comply with each other, don't getting into a battle, we'll see. But also Blue Racer was struggling on the exit. Car got a little loose, but here we go. Once again, the slipstream time on that back straight. Who has the legs? It looks like that GTR gets the run on that Renault. Moving along the inside. Is he close enough? He's braking late. They're going side by side through the... No, they're not going side by side. Creasy eased off. Didn't want to fight Blue Racer, probably not. You don't want to risk like a contact. This will end in tears, probably also in damage. And yeah, still a long way to go in this event. Over 5 hours still remaining. But this fight is far from over. 3-way battle still happening for P4, Toto Wolff, Blue Racer, and Keep It Creasy, Loose Moose Racing, Race Asylum, and Sector 7 Racing. Oh, Blue Racer caught that inside. Is it okay? Not sure how much you can do. Apparently you can cut that much, but maybe a little bit of dirty tires here, struggling with the turn-in. So now do we see a revenge time for Sector 7? Is close, or giving Blue Racer a little bit of a push. Alright, will it be enough? Do we see Creasy? Yeah, diving down the inside this time, taking the inside line, braking late, leaving Blue Racer around the outside. They go side by side through that chicane. It's still side by side, giving each other room, but it's not quick. Toto Wolff with that advantage now gained a second nearly through this section. So fighting, yes, it's fun, but you're losing time. You have to remember. So Toto Wolff says, thank you, continue please. I'll check out that in the meantime. But we'll see how this develops, the situation. Blue Racer open up that gap to Greasy now, half a second, and under a second to Toto Wolff. So maybe it was, as we saw earlier when they were bunching up, that Blue Racer is the quickest out of those three drivers, and keeping him stuck behind Greasy doesn't help his race, of course, so he has to make and go for the moves. That's understandable. Half a second now to Greasy, so he will be safe. There won't be a big dive happening. We can focus on the attack. Let's have a look at Welshi. 14, nearly 15 seconds to gap to Gecko, so under control. Macho Monkey with a 16.9 again. That dude is flying. Let's have a look at the gap. Yeah, under 10 seconds to gap from Macho Monkey to Dance, so he was more than a lap down. Now he's just 9 seconds behind Dance in P7. What a stint so far we have, but we will continue with this battle for position. Toto Wolff, Blue Racer, and Greasy still in that mix. It's half a second now separating those three drivers each. And will get interesting for Blue Racer now. Needs to get the run probably to keep Greasy behind, and not the best exit, so there is a chance again for the number 7. It's a 3.5 10 getting into the strong slipstream range now, but it's not enough again. Staying behind for now. Blue Racer struggles through that chicane though. Opportunity for Greasy, but I think it's a big risk to go for a move into the first turn, so they will keep it line astern. Yes, they do. They are still close. Toto Wolff keeping his position, staying in P4 for now, but for how long, that is the question, of course. Lap 49 for those three drivers, roughly looking at lap 62 for the next pit stop, so there's still a couple of laps remaining to fight for the position, to gain or lose or whatever call it. We saw a little bit of grass kicking off the ground. This time Blue Racer with a better exit, staying closer to that AMG, getting into the strong slipstream range now. We might see the overtake happening now. It is Blue Racer really close. Toto Wolff defending the inside line. Yes, he does. Blue Racer thinks, no, there is still an inside gap for me happen, and he played on the brakes and gets himself just in front of that AMG, and also now the car got unsettled, lost momentum. Opportunity for Greasy now to go for the run. He is close, he's very close now. He stays behind, doesn't go for the move into T1. So Blue Racer up to P4, Toto Wolff in P5, and Greasy in P6. Oh, this looks like Toto Wolff is struggling now. The car understeered through the S's. That gap opened up to Blue Racer nearly a second already, so lost the contact. But then again, Blue Racer had a poor exit coming out the S's, half a second down, so still a three-way battle for this position. What about slipstream now? AMG getting some assist from that GTR, and that Renault sitting here with a double slipstream, maybe. No, just not getting close enough, but Toto Wolff with the run, maybe. Oh, easing up early and giving Greasy again the opportunity to close that gap. Coming through the final turn, it is still half a second. Let's watch Blue Racer's perspective. Had a nice run through the first part. Down the S's, opening up that gap 1.2, 1.3 seconds. So Toto Wolff is struggling. Let's get to his view. That wing is big, so we probably need to get this one also. Not much more visibility with the camera, but still like a unique one, let's put it that way. So we'll stay with this. See if we can get the racing action. Yes, somehow we do. We go back to the TV camera. I think that is better for the spectate mode. So 3/10, but again, that Renault is just like not quick enough to go for a move down that back straight. That's, I think, the story of this race. We saw that Renault being involved in so many close battles. It looks so good, that racing action, but cannot go for that move. But maybe force the other driver into a little mistake, get a track limit penalty, and boom, there you have it, and then run away with it. So, still think that Creasy has a bit more pace in them compared to Toto Wolff, but yeah, you have to find a way past another car. That's not as easy as it looks. And here we go. Macho Monkey 1.3 seconds behind Dance, so he will be moving up into P7 really soon, still lapping in the 1 minute 17s, and you see it on the left hand side, fastest lap of that stint, 16.9 crazy pace from the number 13 car. This is like qualifying lap after qualifying lap for an hour straight, maybe a bit more. And they're pushing, they're getting the slip, and they will probably make that move at the end of the straight. I don't think Dance is going to fight it. Going the inside line, but Macho will be using the long way around and gets himself up into P7. So we see the gap to Creasy. Now that's 40 seconds. Nearly also was more than a lap down when they started the stint. We have amazing pace for this one. Creasy and Toto Wolff. Again, it is close, and the gap to Blue Racer 2.3 seconds now. So Blue Racer now got lucky with Toto Wolff and Creasy fighting. And yet again, we see that AMG staying in front after the long back straight, and that Renault getting closer throughout the rest of the lap. Roughly 2 seconds to gap to Blue Racer. Then Blue Racer has 49 seconds to Gecko Racer in P3. Gecko Racer 16 seconds to Welchie in P2 for MRL. 3 minutes 30 the gap to P1, so it's getting closer towards being 3 laps down. So where's Azorian now starting lap 58? Welchie, yes, still 16, 17 seconds maybe. A bit more, let's say. But yeah, it's a dominant performance from the ORT team, no doubt about it. So Blue Racer, a gap. They're coming down again, 1.8. Toto Wolff and Creasy in P6. Again, just half a second behind. And also getting closer to approach the pit stop window. 5-6 laps maybe. Maybe not time to make a move. We'll see Macho Monkey flying through that grid in P7, gaining and gaining and gaining. Dance in P8. Johnny in P9. He got past Banana Josh, but they're on a different strategy by the looks. Fresh medium tires. So what happened? Lap 48, a pit stop probably happening. Maybe they had damage. I don't know. So Emerald 2, number 9, up into P9. And last minute racing in P11, 41 seconds behind the second McLaren car on the grid. JP in P12 for Race Asylum, number 999. Ghost for 1010th Racing in P13. And Beetlejuice for the 64 Syndicate Racing Corvette in P14 currently. So again, we'll load this metal on track and let's keep it that way. Let's give us something to enjoy. Oh, showing his nose. Wasn't close enough again. The exit is so crucial now. Better exit this time, I think. But not good enough. That, yeah, you see the second to third gear in that AMG. Very, very strong. And just gives Toto Wolff the advantage, the needed gap for the long back straight before braking for that final chicane. So yeah, it's probably now a bit frustrating for Creasy. Cannot find a way past. Always so close, but it's not happening yet. Let's put it that way, yet. It's like one little mistake and these Portuguese are very good. Yep. That's true today. They are an absolute force. No one can stop them currently. 3:31 the gap to P2. Gecko another 17 seconds, nearly 50 seconds to Blue Racer 3.4. Oh, and now it's a chance. Look at that. Nearly missed it. Can Creasy pull it around the outside? They go side by side through that final part of the chicane. They're still side by side. Coming into the final turn, Creasy has the inside line, the better line for that final turn. Toto Wolff has to back out, has to lift, and finally Creasy got past. But can he stay? That's in front of Toto Wolff. That's the question. It's 1 second, so probably Toto Wolff trying to regroup. No, getting onto the grass, a bit too hot into the blind right-hander, so yeah, probably outside of the slip now. So I think crucial moment for Creasy with a penalty, half a second, so he will yeah, that gap will come down to probably half a second before the end of the straight. We'll see. So it's like, yeah, I'm in front. Oh no, I made a mistake. No, there was no mistake happening. No track limits for this battle, and now, yeah, look at that. It's like, okay, under half a second, we're back with this battle. Of course, let's get on board with the AMG. It's a very nice looking cockpit for a GT3 car. And let's run with this. So I think the aim for Toto Wolff will be to stay with Greasy until the pit stop. 2 to 3 laps roughly. And again misses that awkward turn. Understeers a little bit. Keeps the power down though. It's roughly a second now when they're approaching the double right-hander. Will Toto stay in the slipstream range? That's the question. Yeah, he does. Again, we see that pull on that AMG, gaining like crazy on that straight. That's 4/10 of a second gained, and he's back with that Renault. So again, can Greasy open up that gap to get like outside of the slipstream range through the first and the second part of this lap. Final part definitely advantage to that AMG. Again, a little bit of a struggle for Toto Wolff. And very cautious driving. I think he doesn't want to risk getting that half a second penalty through the section, but again, roughly a second coming out of the S's. And we'll probably have the same situation as last time around. Arriving at the backside. Oh, a little wiggle that cost Toto Wolff probably a little bit of speed. Still with that wiggle gaining on Greasy. So as a real they pitted fresh mediums. Away we go. Welchie, lap 61, maybe lap 62. That's, yeah, no, he's really close on fuel. Did he run out of fuel? I don't see anything left in the tank. Or no, was it too close? We'll see. He just needs to make it around. There still see some inputs happening, so it's perfectly timed, I think, with 0 coming into the pits. Now Gecko in P3. Is it one more lap for Gecko? I think so. Blue Racer in 4th position. Probably also another lap to go. Greasy now 1.2 seconds. Looking promising for Sector 7 to get out of that slipstream range. Toto Wolff 1.2 getting back into the slipstream. Yeah, with that exit, it's always helping Macho Monkey. Watch that gap, 26 seconds just. And we still have another 22 laps, at least 23 maybe. Yeah, 23 laps in the stint left, and it's doable probably. Dance in P8. 13 seconds now that gap to Macho Monkey. You have Johnny Waffle in P9 in a fight for position with Banana Josh, but different strategies. Johnny, they're going to pit soon. Banana Josh LRC team, they had an issue probably and they need to pit. So I don't see them running till the end. on those tires, so we could see a battle towards the end of this stint for those drivers happening. We see Gecko is in the pits, will drop down to P3 again, and still big gaps between P11, 12, 13 and 14. Where's Welchie? Here, Welchie already got past the pit exit, the S's, and lapped traffic, but no drama. Now 20 seconds to gap to Gecko in P3. Blue Racer on probably his final lap on those tires. The fuel is very low. Greasy still close between Greasy and Toto with no one. Also decided to go for the undercut. And the fuel looking the same. Macho Monkey now pitting. We have 27 seconds. But now I'm pretty sure Greasy and Toto Wolff will visit their pit crew this lap. The same goes for Blue Racer in that 77. GTR now. Also keep an eye on that gap before the pit stop, 6 seconds roughly between Blue Racer and Greasy, and Blue Racer staying out for another lap. Alright, I didn't see that coming. Again, interesting. Greasy pitting Toto Wolff, doing the same dance, probably. He has plenty of fuel left because he refueled to the max on the first pit stop, but the tires seen better days. But he has some opportunities. Now he wanted to have a shorter pit stop for the final stint. That was the idea behind putting in loads of fuel on that pit stop. And it is into the pits we go. Greasy and Toto, yeah, basically the same as we left before that pit stop. Same amount of fuel roughly for the two drivers, both back out on the mediums. Of course, it's the go-to tire for this race, and yeah, we'll continue with this battle for the remainder of the stint, I guess. Blue Racer into the pits now. That was it a good idea to go for the overcut? We'll find out pretty soon. 6 seconds roughly, I think, if I can remember. We'll see about that. Was driving slowly, the pit limiter on. Comes Toto Wolff and keep it Greasy around the final turn now. Blue Racer pit exit now. Okay, I think fuel management was key. Oh, that gap increased by the looks. 7.6, alright, so good job Blue Racer to manage that fuel, those tires, and give themselves a nice gap behind so they can focus on the race now. Don't have to worry about fighting with those two. They are still fighting like crazy, and it's Welchie right behind this battle group. Again, the situation, two cars in a close battle, a fast car approaching. What to do? Now it's just 210. This is the opportunity for Greasy. This is the strong part of the slipstream. So perfect timing needed to get the run, to get the move. TotoWolf on the inside, Creasy around the outside. Is it doable? No. Again, and Welchie right behind, but now Creasy has the inside line. And Welchie also trying to get past, giving TotoWolf a little bump, so Welchie has to be patient. No, he's sending it down the inside into T1. Blue flags definitely helped him to make this decision, but a bold move, a risky move, no doubt about that. But TotoWolf now lost a little bit of contact with that. 1.1, 1.2 to Creasy, but Creasy also will need to let Welchie get past soon with that blue flags. I think the back straight will be the best opportunity. We saw that BMW is strong, and with a little bit of slipstream it could help very much to do that without losing too much time in the end. For Creasy it's 1.1 to TotoWolf. Welchie now not the greatest exit of it, so he has to wait for another lap. That's also not the best news for TotoWolf, of course. We see a slower driver into the pits. Not sure what happened there. Was it a BMW, the 999? Yeah, probably. So again, tricky situation incoming. We'll see TotoWolf's perspective if Welchie can get that overtake done. It's 1.8 now, so that's not helping. So we'll go with Welchie's perspective. I think Creasy now sees the gap to TotoWolf and should be able to let Welchie pass in the end of the back straight, but that gap is still too big, probably. And Welchie losing a little bit of time with that. You see now the marshals waving those blue flags on 17.9, yeah, not a bad lap time at all. Now Welchie really close. Oh, and Creasy let off the power. Probably not the ideal spot, but still has roughly 1.5 seconds to TotoWolf. So in the end, it helped Creasy more than it helped TotoWolf. That blue flag scenario that happened. Macho Monkey indeed, 15.9 seconds the gap to P6. Dance with that fuel strategy closed that gap to 11 seconds, but pretty sure he cannot keep up with Macho Monkey, who just did the fastest lap, improved it, 16.8. Azarian with 17.3, still very strong pace, 3 minute 36. The gap to P2, another 23 to P3. Blue Racer now with a nice gap behind, nearly 10 seconds to Creasy. TotoWolf in P6. 1.8 out of that slipstream range, so now will be tough for them to get back and fight for P5, but we'll see what happens. Macho Monkey still flying. P7. Can they close the gap to P6 before the driver swap? That is the question. Dance in P8, Banana Josh in P9 with that off-sync strategy. Maybe they're trying to get to the end. But it will be a long stint on those. Already 30% wear on those tires at this stage. Johnny in P10. Hoping for the 51 in front to make another pit stop, of course. And last minute racing in P11. A lap down by the looks. Just behind the McLaren 650S. The 51 car. JP then in P12 still running his race. Ghost for 1010th Racing in P13 and Beetlejuice in P14, coming towards the end of the tire and fuel stint for this one. So let's have a look at the leaders. Haven't featured them that much, but they were just running away with it early and doing their thing. Yeah, very dominant performance, as stated a couple of times already throughout this event. Welchie also for Eberl, P2, 23, nearly 24 seconds to the 44 car. Esports Races Salem in P3. Yeah, pretty sure the 44 car Esports Race Salem team will be happy if they finish on the podium in P3. Qualifying didn't go to plan, didn't make it into the Super Pole, the top 7, and the car isn't that suited to that track, of course, but then starting P9, now running P3. I think they'll take that if it stays like that. Will also keep the lead in the championship by the looks. Even with the top 6, you see you overperformed, Nick, in your car so far. Blue Racer in P4. Still roughly a 10-second gap to Greasy, and Greasy opened up that gap to Toto Wolff now 2.6 seconds. It is. And Macho Monkey for sector 7. Number 13 catching the 35. Roughly 10 seconds now. But also look at the gap to the leaders, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. It is 4 laps and he's just behind the leader. And sitting comfortably in P8. And what about Banana Josh and the LRC team. Their strategy, the fuel looking good to get to the end. How about the tires? 40% now with 23 laps, 22 laps to go. Bit of a stretch if you ask me. But we heard that the McLaren is good with the tires. So maybe this is an opportunity to stay in front of the number 9 car. And the one man, one driver to watch is again Macho Monkey. 9.5 seconds to P6. They started P10, I guess. P9, P10. Definitely unlapped themselves. Get back onto the same lap as P4, 5, 6. So a amazing stint so far. And yeah, with 25, 26 minutes to go, maybe roughly 30 minutes for those drivers. I think it's possible to catch Toto Wolff, maybe also the sister car, the number 7 or Sector 7 Racing. So it's a different car, different model, but the same team. That's what I wanted to say. So yeah, we see it won't be going to the end on those tires. We're using the softs now for a push towards the end. Where's Johnny Walker coming round? So they stayed in front of the MRL car, so not much fuel needed, if at all, and just soft tires gave them the advantage. 5 seconds, and now they can probably push a little bit and to stay in P9. That was crucial, I think. The last minute racing team, a quiet race so far. I think they're running P11 since 3 hours now, at least 3.5 hours. Not much happening for them on the positions, but still trying to stay in the race. Maybe a top 10 is possible in the end. We'll see. The same thing goes, of course, for the 999 JP. Currently goes for 10th Racing, the number 10, and Beetlejuice for Syndicate Racing in that 64 car. How about the MRL performance today in that BMW? They had a great qualifying session yesterday, both of their cars into the Super Pole. And we heard Welchi earlier on the comms in the mic. He said he was doing the qualifying and his fastest time ever at Road Atlanta yesterday. So feeling good about the combination and the car. And yeah, running in P2 currently. On track for the best season performance for MRL. And then the championship leaders, the 44. In P3, nothing to worry so far with Blue Racer, the 77 car. 49 seconds behind. Number 7 car, number 3 in the overall championships in P5. 4 seconds to Toto Wolff, and under 6 seconds gap. Macho Monkey still gaining and just following the leader. now to get through on the pack. And yeah, pretty sure they will be catching up with the Total Wolf very soon. After this nice little three-way battle midway through the stint, now we have bigger gaps between the three drivers, True Racer, Greasy and Total Wolf. But a nice battle we had, definitely. Whoa! What happened to Total Wolf? Don't have the replay function available, sorry. But yeah, we see icy damage on the rear and the rear suspension as well. So an off track at some point, and Macho Monkey up into P6 already. So what's the deal with Total Wolf? Pitting? Repair damage? Soft tires? Maybe that's the call. Now the strategy call. Yeah, trying to get that car into the pits now. Will be close. Probably with the dance. Can they keep P7? I will be switching over to the soft tires, no doubt about that. Probably not need to refuel. Just fix that damage. Here we go. Service done. Where is Dance coming round the pit entry into the final turn? Total Wolf still slow through that pit lane. We go. Dance coming round T1. Total Wolf on that soft tire compound. As expected, he's leaving the pits. He's just tucking in behind. Dance. Oh, but will be close. And Total Wolf will be pushing on those softs compared to Dance on those mediums. So we could have a battle for position coming up very soon. Macho Monkey still being Adrian's shadow. And 5.62 Greasy in P5. We'll stay with this one. Dance and Total Wolf under a second the gap, so tires don't need much time to warm up those softs by the looks. And now it's the other way around. For most of the stint, Total Wolf was defending his position. Now he is trying to make a move on Dance. We'll see how that goes. Half a second. Yeah, carries some good speed on those soft tires and will be getting really close. And now we'll see probably the move happening, coming out of the double right-hander. Waiting for the perfect moment. Is now using the speed. Dance defending the inside line, but I think Total Wolf has the grip to go around the outside. Yes, he does on those soft tires. Nice move. We saw it a couple of times now that you can perform the move around the outside, heading into the chicane. Well played. Good move. And Total Wolf P7 again. Dance in P8. Can Dance stay with the Loose Moose Racing driver for a while? Half a second already. Okay, still half a second. 7 tenths now. Good run for the 35 car. And opening up that gap. 1.3. Yeah, I think he's gone now. What about Macho Monkey? Oh, he got ahead of Azorian, the leader. And it's just 4 seconds behind. Some overtakes happening, lapped cars in between, but all good. 3.6 seconds the gap, with getting closer towards the driver swap now. We'll see. Crazy pace still for those drivers. So it's 3 minute 45. Azorian 2, Welchie in P2, ORT and MRL 1-2, Esports Race Asylum in P3. It is a Blue Racer for the 77 Race Asylum car in P4, 11 seconds to Greasy. Sector 7, number 7, Macho Monkey, Sector 7, number 13, on the move, on the run, closing that gap, under 3 seconds, Total Wolf in P7, after the overtake, 3 seconds already, the gap 2 dents, Banana Josh, penalty, but 6 seconds, those soft tires, let's see, cannot get the pace out of them, but it looks the raw pace. Johnny Waffle still there, roughly 5 seconds. The gap, last minute racing with La Bomba Negra in P11, 48 seconds. The gap still on the same lap as P10, JP in P12 for 999 BMW Ghost, number 10 car for 10 tenths racing. At GTR in P13 and Beetlejuice in P14. So we'll go back to Greasy and Macho Monkey. 2 seconds the gap. We're getting closer. Yeah, catching and catching and catching on a mission. That 13 car. .1. Will there be any team orders in play? Sector 7 team with the 2 cars, the 7 and the 13. No, really close, and I think with that pace Macho Monkey is showing in that 13 BMW, I think there will be no hard fighting from Greasy. Yeah, under 3 tenths already. Just what? Gonna say easing off, letting the 30 pass? No, have to wait for the back straight. Then it is. But this should be now an easy overtake. And here we go, using that slip and using the inside line. Easy overtake. Here we go. Up to P5 and just 10 seconds behind P4. That's a crazy, crazy stint. Not wasting any time, moving on and on. So we are getting closer to that travel swap. That's 4.5 laps to go. So I see Webo is in the chat. Hey, your Webo is covering stint 5 for us. So if you hear me, if you have the stream link ready, please post it so I can prepare it. Have a little bit of preparation time. We have a nice smooth driver swap transition. Cycling through this grid. Let's see the gap between Furacer and Macho Monkey gaining a little bit of time in there. Here we go. I have a link. Thank you, Webo. Just see if it loads for me. Yeah, that's looking good. So I start to integrate it into the broadcast. I'll wait for it. Where are my controls? Right, so it that here. Good afternoon. Hello, hello.
Radio check, radio check.
Loud and clear. So,
Am I on live or am I just with you?
you're coming through my party chat onto the main broadcast, so
Okay.
so it's
Hello everybody, this is Webo.
up to you what you want to tell us. Or
No
not tell
problem,
us.
yeah.
So, yeah. I definitely have your stream running here already on my end.
Perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. That's fine. So I will be prepared this time. Trust me.
My second device is not telling me very clearly who is in the lead at the moment, so I don't know which car to focus on.
The 46 car, please.
Thank you.
By nearly 3 laps. So
Okay.
yep. It will take a long
So we
time.
need a disco from them.
Yeah. And run with them for quite some time before we see the next drivers then appearing in the pits, but then we have closer gaps. Definitely.
Perfect.
Perfect.
That's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah. I mean, it's still more than 4 hours of racing left in this race. So we hope we see some good battles, and also like we have like, the night is here for the whole
Okay.
Atlanta. It is dark.
It's not for me.
Okay, so it is definitely dark. Here,
I can see on the stream it's dark, but it's going to be a very quick transition to
Yeah.
daylight if this is how it works.
a short transition, maybe, yeah, but it's just because the leaders are putting in an insane pace, so they're screwing with the lobby settings.
So, have you been doing much talk about how dark it is just yet?
Not
'Cause
yet.
that
No.
was,
I would love to do it like in the final stint to see how dark it really is now. But yeah, it happened. Yeah. So I was talking and talking, and then suddenly I realized, oh wait a minute, it is dark again. So we have the leader now approaching the final turn and starting the final lap of that stint. So you have roughly 1 minute 20 seconds now before.
Thank you. Well,
swap
I'm focused
can
on the 46.
Yeah.
Pit crew are standing by.
Yeah. I can confirm. I see that as well in my little window.
Brilliant.
That is good. That is good. Yeah. So yeah, they have a 3 minute 47 lead over the next car. So, that's quiet again. Let's put it that way.
Definitely, yeah. Well, it's player Prof who's going to be taking on the next
Okay.
stint for ORT.
They already did a stint, yeah, showed their pace. And I think he is pronounced Player Pro F1. I was also like falling for it, Player Prof, but it's like, I think it's like Pro F1. But
I'm under very strict instructions though to butcher every gamer tag.
Who
So
told you that? I don't know. Alright, so now we see the leader heading into the pit lane, and we get ready for that driver swap now. So we go on to the transition window. Oh, look at that, how smoothly it went.
definitely, there was a hint perhaps that they released before their teammates stopped. But it was close enough.
All good, all good. It was perfect timing, trust me.
Fabulous. Okay, and so yes, coming out of the pits then is Player Pro, and ORT will be out there to tackle the racetrack. We're going to start on the medium tyres. Looks like medium tyres across the board.
Yep.
Here for our drivers.
That's correct. It's a 2-stop medium stint usually.
Right. Okay. Yep. So we're still around the 40-minute on track mark.
We do, yeah. So, yeah, as I said, we'll be waiting for what's that? 2 minutes 40, something like that, before the next driver will leave the pit, and I'd say we wait for the top 5 to do the swap, and then you have all the attention, and I will be
No problem.
then going full screen with your stream here as well. So, but now we just see one lonely car here driving in
Yes.
the not so dark conditions, by the way. Oh, well.
No, indeed.
We'll
It
be
does
getting
look
there.
slightly like we're getting a sort of colourful sky, so it could be approaching a sunset or sunrise. I don't know off the top of my head here.
Yeah,
We-
the mysteries of sim racing. Woo.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a little bit of understeer on Player Pro's car at the moment, but that's to be expected. First lap out of the pits. And we currently have a 1.5 meter per second westerly wind. And I've got that strange thing where, as a Brit, I have meter per second in my speed of wind, and I have miles per hour on the speed of the cars. I assume you've been doing kilometers though.
That is fine. Yeah, I'm running with kph. Yeah, for me.
Yeah.
But I also have meters per second, and I think when I had the last time I stream on from Canada or the US, it was like showing feet per whatever. It was like crazy numbers. It was like, what the hell is going on in this lobby? The wind speed is crazy, and then it's a different unit. Come on. Why are you doing this?
And right now, my wireless keyboard won't connect. Aha! It has connected. Brilliant. There we go. We will get replays.
Ooh, yeah, we missed those replays.
Most definitely.
Yep. So Welshi now the 33 approaching the pit entry, roughly 20 seconds away. Maybe just 10, maybe 15.
In the
I don't know.
33, you say?
The 33, yeah, is then the next car getting out on the track.
Here we go. Tyres going on. And this is Gelf, who is going to take out the MRL car. Looking very good in the BMW, actually. We've got Optimus Prime transfer on the side. Very nice and aggressive looking Beamer out there.
Wow, well done for recognizing that. The 44 now into the pits we go. That Esports Race Asylum team. And wow, that gap between P4 and P5 coming down 2.3 seconds. We'll see if this is a battle you might be having an eye on. P4 and P5, and when they get out on track, roughly 2 seconds between those two teams then.
No problem, okay. So this is Mike coming out of the pits then for the ERA 44 car.
'77 into the pits, and the same goes for the number 13 BMW, alright, and number 7 as well. So that's the last car I will be covering in my stint. So I will be going full screen now for the stint number 5.
Okay, so remind me which number we were expecting to come out fourth. Okay, so remind me which number we were expecting to come out fourth.
No, between P4 and P5 was roughly 2 seconds.
I have no clue. No, between P4 and P5 was roughly 2 seconds.
Okay, so we got the 77 coming out. That's Nicky coming out of the pits. 48 seconds away from third, but 0.7 of a second is Ruslik's. And they are super, super close. That's the 13 out ahead. Just a tiny, tiny gap here. Oh, actually, we were having 33 passing the P5 Ruslik's. 8 seconds on to the number 7, S7. And then we've also got Ismail out. He's out in the 35 in that P7. Plus 27 on 6th position. And Paymay always seems to be on when I'm commentating. So Paymay back in the Lexus in the 218. Looks like that's a 17.5 second gap.
Yep, that's correct.
So we have 8 cars on track right now. Yeah, go.
Yep, that's correct.
9
we have
started their final lap.
the
car
running in number 9
They'll have to wait
started
for
their
roughly a
final
minute
lap on the previous stint, so
car.
still have to wait for roughly a minute
Let's see
for
what
the
we've
next
got then.
car.
Yep.
Plenty of cars
So
on track together. Not all racing, but certainly
Yep.
this number 13 for Sector 7 should really be multiples of 7, shouldn't they, the race numbers of Sector 7? But come for a number 13, unlucky for some. Got the wrong circuit transfer on the bonnet as well. Got the Nürburgring Nordschleife on the bonnet, and we're definitely at Road Atlanta as the ORT of Player Pro is looking a little bit impatient to get on by, and I think the 13 is just getting out the way here. Rizix just allowing him through.
46 just not slowing
Still
down.
waiting
Yep.
for P9 to come out of the
crazy.
pits.
The 46 just not slowing down. It's crazy.
No. And this whole group of cars experiencing blue flags could work together here to slow down the 46 and make a race on our hands. But they've all got their own races to manage and all be trying to get into their race rhythm as quickly as possible. The engineers be
51 is in.
calling their numbers, telling them what they need to be aiming for
So 2 more
each
cars
lap.
should be out on track.
51 is in
Now.
the pit. The
Well.
number 9 as well, so 2 more cars should be out on track now
Okay.
as well.
Just waiting for them to actually make their way out. It's Boa. Boa out
Oh, no.
in the number 58 McLaren. This looks like a default livery though,
It should be the
unfortunately.
number 51
Oh, no.
car.
So what number should that
It is
be
close,
in
yeah,
P9?
exactly.
That should be the
And
number
then we have
51
Bish,
car.
yeah.
Okay, well, it's not too far
It
away.
is close, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then we have
but Boa's
Bish,
out.
yeah.
And then we also have Bish, exactly. Bish
That's not
out
the default
in
livery,
the
yeah, that's-
very multicoloured number 9.
That's not the default livery. Yep, that's
Yeah, they wouldn't
never know.
package a car like that, I don't think. And that's
You'll
no
never
insult at this, but MRL
Yeah.
not leaving
We should
any
see the
cans of paint
45
untouched, I think,
also
for this
coming out of
particular
the pits.
event.
we should see the 45 not also coming out of the pits.
Yeah,
I'm actually not getting a gap for Paymate to Boa at this stage, but I'll
Yeah.
keep trying to find it. As Kurt
another
the Irishman
default
comes
livery.
out.
No,
Oh,
Like
look
that.
at that.
that should be the
I think
45.
we
Another
also
default
have
livery.
another
No.
58.
58
McLaren.
McLaren.
That should be the 45. Now it's getting interesting.
Oh, that's
258s.
really difficult. Yeah, so we have two identical default livery cars in P9 and P11.
Yeah,
Kurt 666. I have to actually go by the gamer tag on this one.
Yeah, I have to.
Boa. And he is 47 seconds behind P10 is Kurt.
Next car is in. That should be Guff
So the-
for you.
Next
999
car is in.
BMW.
That should be Guff for you. The 999
Yeah,
BMW.
okay. The 999 is on his way out. And that is heading up to 12th position.
Yeah.
Low light conditions at the moment. It does seem we've got slight uptick in the wind speed. But this then is the Race Asylum 999, driven by Gov. Just waiting to see his lap deficit, his time deficit, I should say. He's 10 minutes away from the lead. He is 1 minute and 6 away from Kurt. I find this quite useful to note down, so I can refer to it back later.
yeah.
2 more cars we're
Number
expecting
10
to
car, that
hand
should
over
be
then Jaeger.
Subi Mark.
Exactly.
You
We
will
have
be coming in
the number
roughly
10 car.
30
That should be
40 seconds.
Subi Mark for
Ish,
you.
and then
Will be coming in
this one
roughly
more car,
30
64.
to 40 seconds
Then there
ish, and
still a
then
couple of laps down.
just one more car, the 64. Then there are still a couple of laps down.
Okay, so yeah, Subimark waiting, the number 10, white, black with green trim.
should
That's
be
the 10 tenths racing car.
There's swap any
Yeah.
second.
So they
And
should be
And I think
now performing their swap any
leave you
second.
for a couple of
And-
minutes so you get
And I
refreshed
think
after
Yeah.
gonna
double stint now.
leave you for a couple of minutes.
And
so
we'll be
get
back for stint
refreshed
6. Yeah.
after the double stint.
No,
now.
not
Absolutely,
not
yes,
today,
yeah,
not
and
today.
We'll be back
get
for
some
stint
sausage,
6, yeah.
get some sausage in as well,
No,
Jaeger.
not-
Make sure
not-
you're fueled.
Not today.
No
not
sausage.
Today. No sausage
pro-
for today. No.
It's
Sorry.
probably cheese for today, yeah.
No problemo. All right, see you
All
soon,
right,
Jaeger,
see you-
and
see you
appreciate
It's
that.
probably cheese for today. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see you in a bit.
No problem. So, yeah, Jaeger is going to get a well-deserved break. So, big shout out and a big thank you to Jaeger. I hope that you guys in the chat will echo my sentiments. Jaeger puts in the most tremendous amount of work for us here And I should probably say this when he's around, but that would kind of spoil things a little bit. 10 tenths Racing out in 13th position, waiting on those gaps, but plus almost 12 minutes from the outright lead. But don't worry, there will be plenty of action to call throughout the course of this 2-hour stint, the penultimate stint, of course, of the 12 hours of Road Atlanta, and hopefully everybody in the chat can continue to help us enjoy our time together. I'm sure you've been watching. Give me a little count in the chat. How many stints or how many hours you have watched of the 12 so far? I know we've got some incredibly dedicated fans, so we've got drivers watching along, of course, on the live stream, who have already put in their stints as well. Ray just praising 10 tenths, GT45, complaining about his arms are dead, and wishing Mark good luck. So obviously locked in on today's race. I think we've got Welshie on his way to the party as well, having just come in off his recent stint. Good evening to Welshie. Nice to see you. How was your stint then overall? Excellent. So, where do you expect to be able to emerge after this stint? Where do you think your driver's going to finish? Yeah, so you rate Mike's chances against Gelf in front and Ruzic's behind? Definitely, yeah. Well, I mean, this is endurance racing, of course. Any technical issues so far today for you and the team? That's good news. That's good news to hear. Gelf in the 33 then is currently 22 ahead of Mike. Actually, you've got Player Pro and Gelf within sight of each other, mirrors and front windscreen, of course, but they are at least a lap, 2 laps, in fact, down at the moment. So there's got to be a lot of hard work for Gelf to try and close up this gap for the lead. But we're not only here, of course, to enjoy the winners. We're here to celebrate strong drives, and of course, connections issues and penalties and all sorts of things like that can affect the finishing order. So it's not over until it's over, and you've got to be there, Welshie, in the last stint to make it count. Yeah, you are from my side there, but yeah, maybe there's a block. But I will see if anybody does come up in the live chat. We will obviously get that response if you can be heard now, Welshie. At the moment, we've got a bit of a battle between Ruzix and Nicky. Nicky just half a second behind, and behind him 2 seconds further back, one of our well, no, I was going to say one of our McLarens, but that is in the way, in between the P5 Nicky and Sector 7's Slipstream. We are expecting roughly 40-minute laps here, 40-minute stints, I should say, and as Jaeger said, a 2-stopping back-to-back medium tyre is the preferred option, it seems. Welshie, were you more tyre limited or fuel limited for your stints? Okay. Good stuff. Okay. These are heavy cars as well, so you do need that they are going to impact, and of course it's a bumpy asphalt and concrete mix at Road Atlanta, so you are going to experience a few issues, but yeah. Into the 10 and 10A chicane at the end of the lap. On board, certainly watching and focusing on Nicky, just 0.4 of a second away here as they head into the final corner. Very quick corner there. Personal best so far for Nicky. Those medium tyres coming in nicely on lap 4 of the stint. So I'm not seeing any indication on the live chat, but my live chat might have frozen. It sometimes does on my second screen. But Ruzic's in that 4th place right now, and it's the GTR of Nicky in the 77. Lick of flame out of the back of the car. Do think that the light is dimming. We'll be heading towards that sunset experience. And the drivers have already got their headlights on full. Let's ride on board with Nicky. And we can see some headlights in the rearview mirror as well. Actually, we've got Ruzic's going defensive on the way back up to the chicane. So starting to feel it now. Sector 7 Racing's Ruzic's. Nicky going to the outside for a smoother, straighter line through the corner. We might see a challenge here heading into turn 1. Getting very close, but no cigar at this stage. We'll probably have to wait until we get right down to the south end of the circuit. Turn 6 and 7, the double right-hander, because it is follow my leader through the S's. Thankfully, I think we're not having too much in the way of traffic issues. Of course, single class racing, I have commentated over a larger field in dual class racing at Road Atlanta, and it's a very narrow racetrack in those conditions. Looks like the 13 of Ruzic's just pulling away through the S's, and then through this final half of the circuit, Nicky does seem to really generate a great deal of additional speed. And he's also got the benefit of the slipstream here. If we just click up to Ruzic's, you can see probably looking at +6, +7 miles an hour towards the end of the straight, but it's just not enough. Running out of road before getting to the chicane, turn 10 chicane, before then back on to start another lap. The best laps, the current laps for this group, around the 1:19.3. Fastest laps so far on board with Welsh's teammate Mike, an 18.0. But we will probably see some faster times as the fuel is burnt away. Slipstream looks to be pretty powerful. Again, we're almost down at that south side of the circuit, turn 6 and 7 once again. So, looks like no change looming at the moment between these two. Let's have a look at those gaps right now. So Sector 7 is now catching Slipstream, catching little Nicky because of this situation where Nicky is unable to action a pass at the moment past Ruzic's. But we have a 4th, 5th and 6th place. Very tight battle to enjoy as the light continues to dim throughout this stint. Down behind Slipstream, some 36 seconds now, is the number 35 of Ismail, racing the Moosehead Mercedes AMG Paymay out there. in 8th place in the 218. He has actually caught Ismail by a significant margin, just over these first 13 laps or so. He has managed to catch by nearly 12 seconds in 13 laps. Payme absolutely on fire at the moment up against Ismail. I think Ismail has actually lost time to the 35, or at least, sorry, has lost time to P6. So it's a little bit about Payme getting quicker. It's a little bit about Ismail going slower than their previous stint teammates. Boa's in 9th position. Still not getting a gap between P8 and P9. I'm going to have to judge that by the margin. I think that's down to being a lap behind. Yeah, so that's the problem there. With Bish, who is running 10th in the number 9 MRL, and he has, let me see, he is on about 53 seconds gap out to Bauer. And we have Kurt also catching. Kurt has caught hugely, I believe, as well. That was 47-second gap to Bish when Kurt started this race. It's down to 1.7. Bish must have had an issue here earlier on. Gov behind. Go ahead, Welshie. Yeah, I affirm that. So it looks like, yeah, exactly. Had 3 consecutive really slow laps. A 41, a 27, and a 45 for Bish there. 7, 8, and 9. That is. I mean, yeah, must have had an issue. No damage on the car now, but maybe, I think they look like they pitted off schedule, so may have damaged the car on the first lap and pitted, and then repaired damage, but because they do appear to be on new tyres, Bish. Absolutely, the 999 of Gov out in 12th place, going a little bit quicker right now. We've got Subi in 13th for 10 tenths. 12 minutes away from the lead at this time. And at the back of the grid, but still working the wheel no less hard, is the 64, driven by Identity in the Chevrolet. Chevrolet, a popular car for endurance racing, and this current evolution of GT7, its current BOP, Chevy does seem to be very highly favoured and performing very well indeed. So, Player Pro continues in the lead of our race, just putting in a sector 3 that is, sector 2 that is just 1/4 of a second slower than his personal best. Through the final turn. And yeah, again, continuing that similar kind of gap. We have Gelf and Mike 2nd and 3rd, pretty much as they were. Although I think Mike has caught Gelf by about 10 plus seconds. Looks like Sector 7's Slipstream has managed to get past Nicky. Nicky couldn't do the job and get by Ruzix, but we've got Slipstream, the pole, who has managed to get through, and I think we'll have designs on Ruzix's car as well. And the Renault, not the most aerodynamic looking of racers, but certainly in the hands of Slipstream, it seems to be not suffering too much in the way of a deficit. Interesting. Yeah, some good pace at this stage. Pretty metronomic. High 1 minute 18s. We crossed the start-finish line, and it's exactly the same again. So some really strong laps here. Yeah. This is a bit of a chronic circuit here. The straights are just a little too short to make up for the dirty air effect down in the S's, and just about everything is pretty quick around Road Atlanta. So on board then with Slipstream, we look to try and put the pressure on here. It's just about making sure that you don't overextend, because you can end up Wilshire using a great deal more tyre wear and shorten your stint by a lap if you get too greedy, stuck behind another driver. Have you got a good read on the tyre temperatures on board, or is that something you're relying on engineer and telemetry to help you with? Just a shout out here to Kaizen, who's tuning in at 4 a.m. in Sydney, driving with two debutants, two rookies in the car, and watching us at 4 a.m. Sydney time. That is commitment, Welshie. I definitely tip the hat to that, to Kaizen. Yes. I'm sure you don't want to tell me, Welshie, how many practice stints that you run as a team, but I imagine it's a significant number in the gaps between races. Oh, that's a problem then. I think that's Ruzix just slipping off the circuit. Apologies for that, but a genuine overtake there. Turn 6 and 7. Ruzix just slipping wide, suffering understeer. Around he goes. Well, he's already back on the accelerator, heading down into the chicane. But I think Slipstream did have the underlying pace advantage here, and he's also protecting the tyres a bit better too. Yeah. Okay. Definitely. Well, Lil Nicky is on the ascendancy versus Ruzix here as well, having to try and go to the outside for a nice smooth transition through turn 6 and 7. I think that Ruzix is... No, he's suffered the same issue on the exit at turn 7 as he did the previous lap. So I think the tyres starting to let go here for Ruzix. and he's unable to really capitalise on and get himself back where he needs to be in terms of grip, but he got away well enough with Nicky chasing him down. But on Nicky, shaping to the inside, just making a nuisance of himself, putting the pressure on, and you can see evidence. I don't need to explain exactly what the number 13 is feeling, because you can see it visibly on the circuit. Just corrections mid-corner in the fast stuff. That is a very uncomfortable race car, it seems, at the moment. Definitely, yeah. We're getting that way. We've got 94 on the lap counter, and that will get us through to the final stint of today's race. I'm waiting to see if Nicky can actually make a move here, but Nicky looking a little bit circumspect, not overextending himself too much. His gap to the lead, 5 minute 26, but I think most concerned about the potential for finishing P4 at this point. You don't want to be in a situation where you essentially lose positions before heading into the to hand over the keys to your teammate. But unfortunately, Nicky has done just that, moved down 2 positions since the start of his stint. You never quite know the pace of who you're going to get to race against. You just got to keep plugging away. Just a little bit of understeer now from Nicky. Into the S's, just causing him to hesitate on the throttle where he most needed to get back on. At P7 we have Paymate in the 218. He is up 1 position. He has caught and passed Ismail, and is well, he's pretty close to a car in front, but it's a McLaren and it's not Nicky. His gap to Nicky, 39 seconds. With Ismail down +4 behind in the Moosehead AMG, number 35. So down a position from his start, having lost out there to Paymate. We have Boa in 9th position, getting a blue flag at the moment. See from behind, and there's some light flashing going on as well behind. That's one of our leaders. It could be Mike. I think that was a hint of a Race Asylum livery as we come through. No, that's actually Paymate putting another lap then on the Boa car. Bish in 10th is now 45 behind Boa, 8.5 ahead of Kurt. And we have Gov in that 12th position still. Subi a lap or more behind the P12, and a lap or more in front of Identity in the 14th place, 64. So difficult to read how those gaps are developing. But Player Pro, no doubt about our leader still. Gelf is 4 minutes away from our leader, and that has increased +13 seconds over the 26 laps. So that's half a second gaining per lap from Player Pro. I think it's about time that they let someone else have a chance here, or put a slower driver in the car, because this is kind of crazy. The 33 of Gelf, though, is not driving slowly by any stretch. We've got Mike catching him, and that gap has actually halved between P2 and P3. That is now 14.5 seconds. So some really, really good driving then from Mike so far to put that to close in that gap. I think he's got a teammate to lap in front of him. Potentially. It's getting so dark, it's almost difficult to see. I forgot to turn up my temporary exposure setting, so we will be pretty dark, I'm afraid. But Mike does still hold that fastest lap, a 1:17.899 of this particular stint. Average driver saying, looks like we'll have a battle for second with Nick in the last stint. Could well be. Looks like that gap, I mean, we're not even halfway, we're nearly not even a third of the way through this stint, and already Mike has half the gap to P2. It's definitely going to be very interesting later on. Slipstream still holds on to P4 and has extended his gap to Ruzic's up to 2 seconds, as we still see the closest battle on the field at this time is still Ruzic's defending from Nicky. Nicky having dropped from P4 down to P6 and not been able to regain those positions just yet. In fact, that gap now opening a little bit. It's now 0.8 of a second. But Nicky trying at least to extend the stint, I think, versus the 13. We'll see. He is slightly lower on tyre usage. I'm not sure it's enough to make a difference. I'll tell you what, though, Slipstream rear left is more limited here than any other tyre, and he is certainly slightly more aggressive here than Ruzic's and Nicky combined. That is Player Pro into the pits, and I wonder if that is unscheduled or that is actually expected. Well, we're on a 45-minute total time, so it is about the right time. Into the pits is Player Pro. Remember, he's been running longer than most out there, so he will naturally be the first to pit. Back onto the medium tyres for Player Pro. I believe we'll see when we get out of the pits. But it looks like short fuel in the car, or not even particularly putting a lot of fuel in. Just over half a tank of fuel on the car at this stage. So most drivers currently running around half a tank. So a shade over half a tank looks to be about the right figure for our stint length. Old Man Jay saying, can I turn up my temp exposure? I don't think I can anymore, unfortunately. I would have to leave and back in. So let's try that, and then hopefully that will help. It's possibly a little on the bright side. There we go. Let me know how that looks. That is a lot brighter, actually, so that was a good call then from Old Man Jay. So no problem at all. So Player Pro managed to get 32 complete laps on his tyres from the start. So that does include an in-lap, sort of parade lap, and into the pits. So still waiting then for Gelf to need that pit stop. And Mike closing down that gap by a further second since the last time we checked in. That's down to 13 seconds now. And that gap for the 44, that gap was 29 at the start of our stint. JP saying he had an uneventful race, a couple of minor mistakes, a couple of times VR went blank, but nothing catastrophic. I'd say that's pretty catastrophic, but if you kept it on the island, then props to you. Overall, glad to keep it boring. But yeah, a blank VR screen is certainly a stressful moment. Slipstream then, further extending that gap, but I think is likely to be headed into the pits before P5 and P6, Ruzic's and Nicky. Slipstream just going that tiny amount more aggressive on the tyre usage. But I think we are in a good position here. They'll be trying to get 31 laps. I would have thought 31 racing laps into the stint, because on this stint only, they will have to start with a full tank of fuel, which obviously puts a great deal more force through the tyres, more weight to brake, more weight to accelerate, more weight to turn, and a greater G-force effect with every litre of additional fuel in the car. So he's clearly, I think, targeting at least 30 clear laps, if not 31, for that first stint. Gelf is in the pits then, 44% fuel he's down to. Gelf into the pits, just getting into the pit box now. New set Michelin tyres, appropriate enough for the racetrack, and the fuel going in. Won't need a huge amount, maybe over fueling here slightly, but I think we'll be coming out on the medium tyres. So I don't think he's extending this stint out to a set of hards, but going for almost 3/4 of a tank of fuel. Bear in mind, he only used 56% fuel in the first stint. Playing it safe, I think, Gelf, but Mike is also now heading out. So Mike has pitted. His gap stable at around 13.5 seconds to P2, as Slipstream's S7 likely to be the next one into the pits. Let's see if it will be this 30th lap for him. It is going to be 30th lap. So I think Ruzix and Lil Nicky likely try and extend, and indeed they do extend by a lap, and we'll get that track position. I think the gap will be too great at this stage to try and add much in the way of time as they come out of the pits around, well, sorry, as the 35 comes out of the pits around them from P8. That is Ismail? I think it's Ismail. Yeah, Ismail pitting on the same lap then. Well, one lap fewer than the other cars, but of course in their stint they may have had to have spent longer just getting out of the way of other drivers, may have gone onto the dirty part of the track. But Slipstream then out of the pits, new set of tyres. He's just gone for just over half a tank, as we saw with Player Pro, and a new set of mediums, of course. Oh, you think so? Welshie, yeah, just possible to try the softs, but you'd have to have extended your stint quite considerably, surely, in the second stint. Definitely. I think we may still have a problem, Welshie, with your mic coming through. I've just turned my volume right up on my stream and I couldn't hear you. I think it may be. Are you on Discord or are you in the PS Party? I thought as well. I thought you were. Yeah. Well, we'll try and get Welshie back as quickly as possible. It could be that we just haven't got the audio set to share, Welshie, on your party audio. Welshie asking if that's better. I'm not the best judge at this stage. Ruzix and Nicky into the pits then. The end of their lap 32, 3 or 4 tenths of a second apart. So most drivers have now pitted, but I think Nicky and Ruzix have extended that considerably. They've used identical amounts of fuel through their run, as Slipstream has now picked up P4 again. I think Slipstream will be running 3 sets of mediums, but it's quite possible, and I know Welshie was talking about it earlier on, the chance of extending in this night period during the second stint. With the cooler temperatures, can we actually consider the softs later on? The driver's not particularly fuel limited, but that might be something that would explain, I want to say, Mike's decision here to put more fuel on the car than we have seen the other drivers tackle. More fuel, longer stint, shorter final stint, potentially looking at the soft tyres.
Right, I think that's fixed. If that goes through.
Okay, well, we shall wait and see whether the chat have, can finally celebrate being able to hear you. But I will wait and see, because I haven't heard from anybody. Oh, have we lost somebody? Is that Bauer? Have we lost Bauer? I think we may have lost Bauer. We're down to 14. I just saw a flash up on the screen.
Yep.
Looks like Bauer has gone. Kurt heading into the pits. This is a late pit stop as well. Mind you, this is his 31st lap just finishing, so actually it's right on schedule. The chat continuing without updating me as whether you can hear Welshie.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming through.
Well, that is really unfortunate. So sorry, Welshie, if you're not coming through. But certainly keeping me company at the moment. Maybe you can contribute through the chat instead if you're still on with us.
I'll probably jump off in 20 minutes just to get back into my own chat. But
absolutely. That's a new fastest lap from Paymate right now on the fresh medium tyres. So that's really interesting. A 1:17.7, beating the previous fastest by 2 tenths, and beating him.
Good lap there.
It was a good lap indeed. Brand new medium tyres, fairly low fueled actually. He's less than half a tank of fuel on the car to finish us up here.
Yeah, it seems to be liking the cooler temperatures, fresh tyres, low fuel. Let the car go.
Definitely. We've got Nicky still stuck behind Ruslik. Wow, this has got to be getting really frustrating for Nicky here, Welshie.
Right, I'm full max on my thing now, so.
Okay. Just going to hear myself through my own mic in a second. About 20 seconds delayed the stream. Yes, I can hear you now on the stream, so there you go. You are definitely here, and very much worth you staying. Well, this is the 77. Just talking about Nicky getting frustrated potentially here behind the 13 of Ruzix. Would you be tempted to have short fueled this stint just to get ahead and get some clear air on the front wing?
It's something that I did in the last stint with Gago. I caught him in the first stint, but obviously with the dirty air and the Corvette straight line speed, just got stuck. So it was in 2 laps early, just to get that clear air, which allowed me to get ahead. So it's certainly something to consider if you've got the tyre wear. If obviously marginal on tyres, that can always be the downside later on in the stint. But it's always easier to defend than attack, I think. So,
especially on a narrow, flowing circuit like Road Atlanta, much easier, as you say, to defend that. Paymate is in P7, and that is one position up from where he was before. His gap to Nicky now, plus 30. That's a big gain on Nicky, and I think Paymate start to consider The chance of getting on terms with that battle for 5th at the moment between Ruzix and Nicky by the end of today's, this particular driving stint. So 3 hours 15 to go of the 12. Ismail in 8th position has lost a lot of time to Paymate, but still running. Now we've got everybody, I think everybody having pitted, even those several laps down. Oh, they've got a penalty for Kurt to pay here. And there you see the front end just dipping down on the, what colour should that be? That should actually be sort of white with red and black, that particular McLaren. So that's a shame that we don't get the full liveries on the McLaren. Something not working on those two.
Hey, next in chat. How many sheep do you own as a Welshman? 0.
You just borrow other people's sheep, is that the situation?
Yeah. No, they just run around, getting away.
Actually, we get quite a few sheep in our neck of the woods here in England, so I can't really make too many comparisons. We live near an area of natural beauty, and so it's just completely uncontrolled sheep roaming across the country lanes in several parts. So.
Yeah, I'm not far from Dragon, so I'm right on, pretty much on the edge of the valleys. So
fantastic.
There's the roads up there just out of the world for driving.
Absolutely, yeah. I was there in May last year doing a tour of Wales before heading over to Anglesey with a friend of mine. I did have a very good time. The only thing was the Black Mountain Pass I was really upset about. Out there.
With the speed bumps?
With the 40 mile an hour speed limit, both up and down. The entire length, I was really upset. But we made up for it up at the Evo Triangle, I have to say.
Yeah, I've never actually been up to the Evo Triangle, so that's one thing I need to do at some point.
It's a lot of fun going downhill through there. And there are average speed cameras, but you'd be really hard pressed to be doing over 60 over the by the average.
Yes,
so.
Yeah, I travelled up there a couple of times up to Anglesey Racetrack when I was doing a bit of racing years ago. But that's a lot less fun driving a truck and trailer. So doing 40.
Definitely, I think it is the hidden jewel in the UK racing crown is Trackmont at Anglesey.
Yeah, certainly.
But we just don't get enough racing out there. I was lucky. I think I was lucky to be there on a fantastically beautiful weekend.
Yes, when it's nice up there, when the sun's shining and it's warm, it is out of this world. When it's pissing down with rain and
yeah,
degrees,
everybody said to me, just hope for good weather when I was heading out there. So we're actually on a hot lap here with Player Pro. He's following another car to put a blue flag on, but he's got to put an extra lap on. But he's in the purple in the first sector. Yeah. So I wonder if we'll be collecting another. Let's stay with him as we head up the long straight and through the slight bend of the official turn 9, past the penalty marker there. There's that blue flag repeater. Oh, he has lost time in that second sector, unfortunately. And he will be a little bit distracted through here, but I think fastest lap not so important, Milshi, to our leader at this stage. I don't think he'd be losing any sleep.
I think he could push off for the rest of the stint and still have that same gap at the end. I think they've been absolutely impressive as usual, ORT. So they haven't put a foot long. I haven't seen them put a foot long.
Are you trying to put on a commentator's curse here? Is that the plan?
Well, maybe. No, wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Absolutely, but wouldn't cry if it happened either. Well, I don't think. ORT putting on the lap then.
They'll take a win They'll take a win however it comes.
Absolutely. Well, you know, everybody puts in tremendous amounts of effort here. That was Ismail just being passed. I just want to say that might have been, it wasn't actually Payme, but that came out of the pits right by that battle. I'm just wondering, do we have unscheduled pit stop? We've got Mike having just put in another fast lap here, Welshie. 1:17.6.
Yes, that's an extremely impressive lap. I think they've struggled a little bit, but Mike seems to
And
be
there's a
extracting the most
there's a
of it
big
out of it.
sideways moment then through
Yeah.
turn 7. Just I guess puts in a fastest lap, does a little show for the stream. I think that was well planned.
Oh yeah, he's pushing a little bit there.
Let's have a look, shall we? Just get that back. Yeah, lost. It was well out of
Yeah,
shape
just-
into turn 6, and then big
pushing a bit too
slide,
hard.
but well held.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff indeed.
Yeah, just run a little bit wide. Good car control. And the crazy
So-
thing is, he runs on a standard G29.
I didn't think there were many
it
of us
shows-
left out there running a
Well,
G29.
It just shows what skill comes just down to practice and being naturally talented.
Definitely, you can spend an awful lot of money on racing rigs, and the absolute best drivers will definitely be able to make the difference, whether they're on something cheap or something very very good. I think it might have some benefits if you're running something like a G29 Welshie over the course of a 2-hour stint. You might
Well,
actually be
yeah.
suffering less fatigue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got a TGT 2 Thrustmaster. That kills after a while.
Oh yeah, I'll bet. What kind of level of force feedback are you running on that?
I think it's on about 4. I don't dare to go much above that. We did a quick Group 1 race, like a sprint race on Thursday, and oh my god, I wish I turned it down.
Working the wheel hard. Well, Slipstream has extended his gap in 4th to 14 seconds ahead of Ruzix and Nicky, who are still a mere 3 or 4 tenths of a second apart. I really feel for Nicky here, who has turned P4 into P6, but has been working incredibly hard out there in the 77.
Yeah, they seem to be stuck in that same pace right behind the car. The two cars do seem to be quite evenly matched now, the GTR and the M6. And the GTR is slightly better in the corners, but the M6 got it on the top speed and acceleration, so it's around a track like this is always going to be tricky to get past.
Well, Nicky is just putting in a fastest first sector there, which is impressive,
Yeah.
given the situation he's in, and the fact that was running through the S's and through turn 1. So let's see how that. It does look like you can make a lot of difference in that first sector, but whether you can get through any further on or not. Lucky Alpha just saying he has a G29 but uses it for truck simulation. Have you got a big extension on that then to increase the radius of your wheel? And Jazz saying that she treated Nicky to a Fanatec this year. So very nice indeed.
That's a very nice treat. Yeah,
It's a very good treat. Yes, he must have been incredibly nice to receive that. And Joshua also saying that Subi, he thinks it's on a G29. So
Yeah, still a few. I started on the updated version of it, the G923, I think it was. So I started off on that, and then upgraded to the Thrustmaster. I would like to go like a DD Pro at some point, but just the cost of it is.
it is cost, absolutely. But you have to look at it as cost per use. Well,
Yes,
so.
exactly. Yeah.
So
Maybe
my
next year.
G29 is probably way more expensive cost per use than your Thrustmaster or even a Fanatec at this stage, because I hardly ever spend any time racing. I've just had to get back into it because I've been taking part in this time trial competition and just embarrassing myself terribly. But I'm hopeless. I know what I'm good at. I don't know what I'm not good at.
It's
so.
not good. Yeah, I don't. I stick with the racing more than the comms, but before I jump in today and give you all the bit of assistance.
It's fantastic. I mean, to have the benefit of a driver in here is completely fantastic. I mean, you know, obviously a play-by-play commentator is great when there's plenty of excitement going on, but on an endurance race, you do having someone who's actually sat in that cockpit on that race, like current BOP, is invaluable. So I know we're all really grateful that you're here.
Yeah, glad to be here.
We've got Ismail just still losing time to Paime. His gap to Bish is still a lap, but Ismail running 19s. He has got an 18.6 in there, but Paime running very low 18s or late 17s for the most part in this stint. Paime, his target, I think, is going to be able to see Nicky by the end of his stint. In fact, Paime, right now, fastest through the first sector of anybody. Love watching those front brake discs glowing. Welshie, as they come in, it's night time here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's one thing this game does good. The graphics and the attention to details with the brake discs glowing, the flames out the back in the night. It's when this game works, I think it's top notch. Just needs that fine the adjustments on the edge, bigger lobbies.
Yes.
A bit more newer cars, and I think we could have a really good game.
But I mean, in terms of investment versus return, I think it's head and shoulders above anything. You know, it's a 2022 release, and free updates coming, you know, on a very regular basis, always bringing something else to challenge the driver.
Yeah, I think the update 1.50 was a big change. Well, was it 50 or 49? But when it was, it really just brought a bit more life into the game. I think the cars feel a bit better. The track evolves a bit differently, so a bit of new challenge for everyone to get to grips with.
Keeping everybody guessing. Looks like we've got Nicky and Ruzix coming on upon a slower... No, they themselves are receiving a blue flag here for the car coming up behind. I want to say that's probably Gelf, is it? No.
Let's take a look.
Look, might be Mike. Might be Mike heading through here, who's receiving the blue flags for the group. But it's a ways off yet, really. The blue flags do come quite early, it seems, from my perspective anyway. I don't know about you, Welshie, but...
Yeah, the time sort of seems to be leveling off a little bit there between Mike and Gelf. It's coming down slowly, but...
So, yeah, they've been given the blue flag now for, I think, 2 laps, and the gap looks to be at around 4 seconds behind Nicky. So,
yeah, it's the one problem with the blue flags. They wave way too early.
Yeah.
And then you can get in that situation where you can spend 5 laps sort of in that 3-4 second range.
Oh, I think Nicky might... Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. He got down to a quarter of a second. Looked like he had a good overspeed on the way into the turn 10 chicane. Just can't find a way through here.
It's a very tricky corner to pass. You really got to be alongside to get that
right
to stick. And I think the BMW's just got the GTR on the straights.
Certainly, in the way that these two drivers have set up the cars at the moment, it does look like Nicky doesn't have that top speed.
Yeah, maybe worth playing tactics now and bring him in a couple of laps early if he's got free space behind, maybe.
And what about playing with the fuel mix? Would you be thinking about that at all? Just for a couple of laps, give yourself that chance.
You could short shift. I don't think really most of us run just fuel map 1, but you could do a bit of a short shift just to sort of maybe undercut on the fuel. Maybe I think the GTR is slightly better on fuel than the GTR, because obviously I would 2 teams run the 2 cars, so. There's always something you could do in the pits.
He's very
the
close
tyres
now.
are more important,
That's
really.
1/10 of a second. It's still not enough to get into the
Yeah.
chicane. That is, that's crazy. I don't know if Nicky's just not quite got the confidence on the brakes in the GTR, but that was 1/10 of a second only separating them, and he still didn't feel like going for it.
He could just be waiting for the mistake or penalty. Quite late in the race to make any major moves.
Absolutely. So let's just look at that gap then between Gelf and Mike. That is, as well she said, stabilising at around 9.7 right now. It's a minute from Mike's third back to Slipstream's fourth. It keeps hovering and then disappearing. It is in fact Mike that is closing on the battle for fifth that we've watched for so much of this particular stint. So look at P7, Paymay, 27 seconds. That isn't coming down much here. I think Paymay is in a management phase of his stint. He was very quick earlier on, but I think just extending those lap times out to 1:18.1, 1:18.3. Not quite ragging the car to the same extent here at this stage.
Yeah, I did find in the previous stint, if you're catching up to two cars fighting, it's very, very hard to actually catch and be able to overtake, because they tend not to look in the mirrors, they focus on the car in front.
Yes,
so,
classic endurance racing problems,
yeah,
though
you can,
we're all in the same class.
You can get stuck in Albert.
Oh, hello, what's this?
Could be a good advantage for Nicky to use.
It does look like Nicky is quicker down the hill, down towards the south end of the circuit. But you can just feel the dirty air there and the corrections happening. Just trying to pressurize into a problem, as well she was explaining. 0.3 of a second only as they head down towards turn 6. So in Mike's position here, would you be starting to flash the lights? This does look like a good, and there was a flash of lights. Yeah, it was a problem out of the corner from Ruzix, and finally Nicky can get some clear air in front of him. Let's take another look at that, because we've been waiting on it for so very long.
Yeah, I think he just had the classic BMW just in second gear, just spins up the rear wheels a little bit.
Well, it seemed to just wander around in the with understeer going through the gap between 6 and 7. I think he just washed out.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe the tyres on to give up a little bit.
And actually, the fact that Mike has just got past these two is really helping Nicky, because he can now use that slipstream for a moment. Try and break Ruzix.
But I think he's got a bit more pace anyway, so I think he should just pull away.
Virtually identical tyre wear there as well, so Nicky's not been able to save much of the car while driving behind Ruzix. Identical tyre, identical fuel, and actually can't seem to live with the pace of Mike, who is now stretching away.
Be interesting to see if he can catch up to Slipstream in fourth. Now he's got a bit of free air. And
I mean, that's a significant challenge for sure.
Yeah, that's going to take a big effort, but he's still got 2-3 hours left, so anything can happen. Yeah.
Do you think we'll have anybody doing back-to-back stints? Well, no, they can't, can they? That was a stupid question. I've been commentating on too many endurance races that use the same platform. Silly question. Right, okay, so...
We'd love to be able to do it, but...
No, indeed. Will you be back in the car for the final session, or are you...
Yeah, I'm in for the final session. We were meant to have 5 drivers racing, but he had to drop out last week.
Yep.
So we were just under 4, so we got Gelf doing a double stint, I'm doing a double, then Shane and Apex did one earlier. Both of them were out this evening. So it comes down to me. Battle with Nick, I think.
Right, okay, yeah, so...
Should really come on chat, he should.
I think he's getting his rest in. getting his his fuel set. Looks like Mike just struggling a little bit there. His tyres are certainly past their best, but the gap to Gelf opening on that previous lap.
Yeah, I think the Corvette really struggles on tyre wear compared to BMW. I think Mike has got the pace early on, and then the last
Right,
10
yeah.
laps starts to struggle a little bit. I think it has been affected with whatever changes they've done with the set ends. But Mike seems to be overcoming it and getting some quick laps early on.
We've got Payme, who's closed the gap to Bruzix down to 24 seconds, just shy of 24 seconds. Payme has put in a hell of a stint here to be in 7th place. Started 8th, 17 seconds deficit. I'm looking at something in the region of, what would that be? 49 seconds deficit to P6 overall. That's down to 23 now. So some really good gains from him. Looks like Ismail just picking up a penalty on that lap. Unfortunately for him. Bish is 15 seconds ahead of Kurt.
Yeah, Bish is on apart from that early incident, which we didn't see. He's on a really good stint. I think he's thrown that gap back out to Kurt. And hopefully we can keep that place now for the second team tonight, which will be one place higher than the last race.
Indeed. So Kurt running 10th right now. Got a 29-second gap behind to Gov in the 999. Of course, all these drivers having moved up due to Bauer's disconnection. So the 51, as it should be, McLaren out of the race, was P9. And Welshie, can you just explain to us what happens for getting the co-driver back in that instance? How is that all kind of calculated?
So there is a time calculation we use. Pretty much, we've altered it this season, but it's pretty much a penalty per lap that you miss on a second basis, and then that calculates over the gap that you had to the leader at the time of disconnection, and that calculation is calculated by obviously the stewards or the mod team, and then that gets issued to the team captains through the Discord team channels, which the race director calls them when they can go in the changeover.
And is the penalty added to the calculated average time of that driver, or is it referenced to like the average time overall?
Yeah, it's done based on the average time.
Okay.
So we try and make the penalty not too lenient, because we found at Le Mans you could sort of disconnect, and because the leading car was so quick, you could sort of not lose any time with the disconnect.
Yeah.
So we've seen the issues with that, sort of adjusted it. Which so this season is a learning curve for everyone in the team. We find new issues and we try and deal with them when it happens, and hopefully we'll get there now for next year and have an even better season next year.
We've got Gelf, who I think has had a slight problem in no major issues on lap time, but Mike has got that gap under 10 seconds now. Slightly more consistent, maybe.
Yeah, I think maybe Mike's struggling with the tyre wear on the Corvette, which I think is a bit worse than the other cars. Or maybe in traffic. Maybe he's getting back to a couple of cars, maybe.
Yeah, he has. Yes, I suppose. He's still only just ahead of Nicky and Rusix is Mike. So we saw him pass those two quite a long time ago now. Nicky is now enjoying a run in front of Rusix, but yeah, it does look, as you say, just like tyres potentially for Mike.
Yeah, I did mention early on the stream that the temperature of the tyres seem to have a big effect on the car. When the drivers got the dash app, you can get that actually monitors tyre temps. And if you spike over a certain temperature, the grip will just go, and then you just got to back off a couple of laps, and it should come back. But you
Bad
can't
news
push
for
them over
Nicky, unfortunately.
that
Nicky's just picked up a track limit penalty, half a second off throttle,
limit. Oh, no.
and that is going to allow Rusic's back past again.
Yeah.
It's going to happen about now. We see those yellow chevrons as they climb the hill, and off
Maybe
power. And the 13 back ahead then of Nicky's Race Asylum.
That's very unfortunate. Maybe it's the team will try and get him in a couple of laps early, try and get some free air if they got that free air availability. See if they can sort of jump him in the pit stop.
Yeah, indeed. So we are looking at, where are we? 1 hour 24. So there are fewer than 40 minutes remaining. But we have, we're on lap 57 of 94. So we're not quite at the 2/3 laps position.
Yeah.
But we are, obviously we have a longer race time thanks to the in-lap for everybody. So it's a little bit difficult to calculate, but essentially we're expecting around laps 62, 63, 64 for each driver individually to be headed into the pits. But if it's anything significantly later than that, then maybe that soft tyre window is open.
Well, if you're going to do it, you ideally need I think the tyres last about 15 laps of softs. So there could be an opportunity to maybe do 2 stops and an additional stop. Obviously, short fill the fuel and do it that way. But again, it's track position dependent. If you get stuck behind cars on the outlap, that can really affect the pace trying to catch back up.
Someone who won't be experimenting with the softs is Slipstream, who is into the red with fuel, and his tyres are less than second best. He may well be in here very soon indeed, with a fair amount of laps still to run. He needs to get, I would say, into lap 62 potentially here, thinking about it.
Yeah, I think the Renault's a bit heavy on his tyres, and obviously because it's a mid-engine car, it weighs the rears worse than the fronts on the FR cars, and that car is very, very tricky when the tyres get warm. So I think they may just be doing the medium strap all the way through. Probably the most safest way on that car. Maybe the next couple of laps we'll see him in.
Let's wait and see then. Well, it's
So
certainly not now.
People are saying the track map looks like a chicken leg.
Yes. I just got that. Yeah, it definitely. Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. It might be sacrilege to the Atlanta, Georgia track specialists, but I'm sure they could sort out some good sponsorship from Chick-fil-A or something. That's leader into the pits then. His lap 62. Let's just check. I'm assuming no difference on the tyres. And I'm assuming here, Welshie, that the hard tyre is just completely unusable.
You can use a hard tyre. I think if the tyre wear was probably higher, you may see more people using the hards.
Yeah.
But at the present moment, the hards are just too slow, and they haven't got a really good progression. They sort of stay at the same pace, and it's very hard to sort of get past that then. So maybe in different settings, like if it was a higher tyre wear, or at the minute it seems to be the medium tyre is the sort of race tyre in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's almost true of most sim platforms, actually, that I commentate over. I see the medium tyre does tend to be what everybody sort of gathers around. I think Slipstream is likely to be into the pits after this lap, which will be him coming in on lap 60. I have to say a shout to Stephen there in the chat for a Top Gear quote. I appreciate that. Just one about the Dacia Sandero. Good memories. Little Nicky then, still stuck 4/10 behind Rusix. That gap down to Paymay now 20 seconds, Welshie. That is really coming down quite considerably,
Yeah,
as they're
I
stuck
think
behind
we're-
Mike as well.
Yeah, I think so. Got stuck behind Mike in that dirt year, just losing that time. Paymay is a really quick driver, so he's got his foot down now. You can see that gap coming down. So we'll see what this ends up like at the end of the stint. Maybe a nice
So-
battle, 5th, 6th, 7th.
For those that don't know, can you explain how the decision over the cars is made as to which team gets which car?
So at the start of the season, we have just a entry form. So when the teams pre-qualify first, so we got 14 teams. A document goes out picking, selecting your cars, and there's a max of 3 cars per manufacturer allowed, with a list of cars that we're allowed to race, and it just comes purely down as a first come first served basis.
Ah, right. Okay.
So obviously that was at the start of the year. We have allowed, and the BOP changes, 1 car choice swap. So I think most of the teams have used it, the choice by now, I believe. Again, that's the same format. A car's got to become available for a team then to choose it.
Yeah.
So obviously, as soon as someone says, right, I want to change car, that car becomes available for any other teams that are thinking of changing, and then the process reverses, stays the same.
Yes.
I think in 2025 we may tweak that, but it'll be roughly the same sort of setup.
So we're not
which is
going
fair
to
for all them.
basically retire the winning car each each season then, as such.
Well, we did have a check of the cars on the list. I think most of the cars will stay the same between the seasons. There hasn't really been any new cars added in Group 3. So, and then we just stick
Oh,
with the same
Nicky.
car set.
Nicky has gone for the undercut. Just while you were giving
Oh,
that
yes.
fantastic explanation, Nicky went for the undercut. Went to get into the pits
Oh,
early.
he's got a pit link penalty.
And exactly, yeah, come out of the pits, all gone into the pits across
no.
one of the racing lines. So that
Yeah.
undercut is not going to happen now, will she?
He's got to do that on track now, unfortunately.
Well, yes. And he'll be working hard to try and catch up to Rusix again
certainly
and
will.
then sit behind him. It's not going to work this time out, as
Yeah.
Slipstream is actually going to be later into the pits than the other drivers. Both Gelf
Yeah,
and
Mike-
Mike
yeah,
have
Mike.
extended.
Yeah. Mike
And
again.
Slipstream,
Got
wow.
more fuel. Needed more fuel, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But it does look like medium tyres across the board. No one
Yeah.
experimenting here,
Maybe.
because the one advantage of being further back in the race is that you can risk those crazy moves, and of course your pit stop comes later in the session than
Yeah.
other drivers. So
obviously
maybe
the
we'll
last-
see
the
some
la-
gambling later on.
Yeah, on the last stint, obviously the cars are lapped down and got less laps as well to do. So
Yeah.
that may come into effect. Or maybe a few people try and go over fastest lap.
Definitely. Do you think we'll be back into the daylight running for the final stint, or will it be a similar cycle?
I believe it. I don't believe this track has day to night cycle, so we try and keep it. If it stays in the dark, it sort of ends in the dark. So
Okay.
I think there'll be full dark in the last stint for everyone to keep on the track, really.
It was essentially darker in stint 4 than it started in stint 5, and then we went
Yeah.
sunset down to the darkness. So yeah, it's
Yeah, it's very hard to sort of with the time blocks in the game to try and judge it right. Sometimes you have that sort of it goes dark in one lobby and then the next lobby is bright, but we just can't do anything about that. Really.
no,
It's,
indeed. So Rusix has picked up P4 effectively because he has been later to pit than obviously Nicky, who kind of short stopped there to try and get ahead, and then unfortunately picked up the penalty. But Rusix has also got past Slipstream, but has only got a 12-second gap, so we'll clearly head back in. But then we'll see little Nicky, and we'll see if Nicky ends up with some sort of visible expression of dissatisfaction on the racetrack when he finally sees he comes out again in
He's got
front
fresh
of
tyres,
Ruzic's.
so he could possibly try and in the next couple of laps try and pull back that time lost. It's going to be difficult. He's got a bit of lap traffic as well.
Ruzic's going long at this stage,
Yeah.
so he's going to be lap 64, I think. I think that will be fuel done into lap 64, and that, of course, on the final stint means less stationary time as well, Welshie, to have the refueling happen.
Yeah, it's all fine margins. You can gain quite a bit if you save a few liters of fuel. I know the settings that we got, fuel refill rate is quite fast, but there's still those are things you can do to influence the race result.
So we've got Slipstream there in
not pick up pit lane penalties.
There is that too, yeah, absolutely. not the finest of fine margins, the pit lane penalty. That is incredibly harsh and tough.
It is really tough around this track.
I'm still waiting to see if we can't get speed limit penalties in the pit lane as well. There for a second into turn 6. Let's just see if that was lag or if that actually did take place. Let's right on board with Nicky. This is through the end of the S's, and we'll head down the hill. And it looked like we were fully off the circuit after picking a purple sector time.
Yeah, that was really strange, right?
We did completely miss the turn in. No, and then we teleported back in. I'm still none the wiser there, Welshie.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Normally that's the sign of a disconnect, but there when it shoots straight off. But yeah, bit weird.
Yeah, I mean,
going,
if your steering wheel's going to go, it goes. It takes longer to power back up, doesn't it? Than that.
Exactly, yeah.
So that is Ruzic's and Nicky are actually pretty close here because Nicky had the chance to run those fresh tyres, and he's made up for his track limit, his pit lane penalty. He's in front again.
God,
that was some pace from Nicky.
That shows the power of clean fresh tyres over born mediums, even with that penalty, which probably cost him about 5 seconds overall, maybe more.
That's huge. That was a really, really strong phase there. Obviously, Ruzic's can go a bit harder on these tyres now, but he is stuck behind Nicky.
He's got the tyre advantage now at the end, so we'll see if he can try and keep with him, and maybe both of them can try and catch up a Slipstream, maybe. But he's got.
I think Paymay's going to get them.
Yeah.
Because Paymay is now 17 seconds. He's gained through that pit stop phase as well. It looks like maybe Ruzic's. Obviously, he was running as long as possible on that stint, right to the fumes of fuel. But maybe, I do find this, sometimes drivers just get that little bit greedy and run a lap too long and end up losing more time on the bad tyres, on the low fuel, just distracted.
It's always a hard move to sort of pull off to run them longer. Can benefit at the end of the race in late one.
Yeah.
But you can sort of get yourself into a bit of trouble because these tyres do have a bit of a ceiling when hit that level with the grip, and you can be in a world of pain if you push it over.
So Ruzic's has a 1 second deficit here to Nicky. And I don't want to commit the 90% of the stream to these two, but this is where the action has been through the course of our race. Yes, we were watching Slipstream earlier on with those two. Slipstream having started down in 6th and leapfrogged both of them. And Paymay putting in the lap time, another fastest first sector. That has been the most competitive sector we've had in the race. Everybody, if it's going to happen, you're going to get a purple in sector 1, and then maybe you've used your tyres too much, or it's just harder to string the lap together. I'll get an update on his lap as he turns slightly right through turn 9 for Paymay. And again, he loses time in that second sector. It seems to make or break your lap, Welshie, that double right-hander, 6 and 7.
Yeah, some cars are a little bit better through it, but you need the exit off onto the back straight. sort of very fine margins, especially on this track. Is so we've seen in qualifying how close the field was, especially in that sort of top 8, 9. So it just comes down to driver skill and trying to get the maximum out of the car and sort of taking a bit of liberties with the track limits as well, and not pushing
Yes.
that bit too far. It's always
So there's track limits, and then there's knowing the limit of the track, and I
Yeah.
think those are two different things quite often. But
yeah, there's a lot of time to be exploited if you can find it, but you can't go wrong.
definitely. So you've got Bish here in P9
Yeah,
in the multicoloured
yeah,
MRL.
yeah. The livery done by Johnny Waffle. Shout out to Johnny. I think he's in for the last stint, I believe.
Ah, right,
So,
okay.
he thought he wanted to stand out in the car and make that livery, so he's certainly done that job.
We've got Gov in 11th still, and pretty much, I mean, it's the 999. Started 12th, but gained a position only, I think, through Bauer's retirement. We've got the 10/10ths of Subi into the pits for final pit stop. I wonder if no, we're not going to be tempted to go for a different tyre, because this is still lap 62 essentially for him.
Yeah, it looks to probably be on the mediums. Okay, to the end.
And just to put this in perspective, 18 minutes off the lead of the race is Identity, still working incredibly hard. Wants to be there at the end of this, come what may, of course. We'll expect to see Bauer's teammate back in the final stint as well, after the repairs have been made to the car. So Identity on lap 59. Player Pro is on lap 73.
Oh, that's crazy pace. They've been solid always.
That is astonishing.
Yeah, they got some really quick drivers, and they certainly get the most out of this Lexus. I think they changed from the McLaren to the Lexus early on in the season, and it's proven to be a good move.
It's a beefy looking wide body car as well, isn't it? That Lexus looks the business
it's not my
out there.
favourite car to drive. It's not. I never can get any pace out of it, but they certainly seem to be doing so. Hats off to them.
Definitely, yeah. ORT, definitely
I
been.
think Nick mentioned about Gelf and Mike as we were in Battlefield.
Yeah, he's right. It's 4 seconds apart now.
Oof.
That's Gelf. I'm just looking at Gelf right now. The 33. That is looking
Yes, yeah.
less than comfortable. That gap was 29 seconds at the start of our mini stint here, our 2-hour stint, with probably about 30 minutes to go. That's a really good gain from Mike.
Yeah, he's getting the most out of that. I think he's actually gone. Yeah, he's gone faster again. 17.5 fastest lap. So he's getting the speed out of that car. Hopefully for the last stint, and Nick's a little bit slower for me. But
It's interesting, isn't it, that those lower temperatures are actually raising the lap records here.
yeah, the tyres can obviously they're a little bit cooler, so you can push them a little bit harder. Obviously got lighter fuel loads as well. Obviously the wind direction, wind direction around a lot of tracks make a big difference as well. So he seems to be happy and in the groove.
I know you were saying earlier that the Chevy takes some getting used to and some additional tyre wear, but what do you like most about it?
Well, I don't particularly like it, to be fair. It's not my car. I think it got a bit hurt in the update with the understeer. I think it's still got a good top speed and a good acceleration, so at least it's got that. I don't think this is the best track for it, but ERA's class and the driver skill is shown through, and they're up in third, battling for second. They should have a bit of a showdown now in the last stint.
Absolutely. So Slipstream is plus 1 minute away from Mike, but as remember, he started 6th. He's now 27 seconds up the road ahead of Nicky and Ruzix. incredible performance, as Pei Mei is also now caught to just under 16 seconds away from these two. I think that will clearly be Pei Mei's target, is get on the back of these two by the end of the race.
Well, you can certainly get up to P5, depending on the drivers they got for the last stint. I know they got some really quick drivers in that team, so maybe we could have a little bit of a battle between second and third to the end, and maybe fifth, sixth, seventh.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've got Mike there now, just 4 seconds away from Gelf. Can definitely see him on the circuit as well, except when he's when there's a crest of a hill in between them. Just as I cut to the onboard, but yeah, can see him up ahead, and always makes a difference, doesn't it? If you once you can see your prey, just fires you up a little bit more.
Yeah, when you get into that sort of range where you can actually physically see him, and you can sort of physically see him catching up as well. That's but also you can start getting to a few mistakes, pushing a bit too hard. So he's got his foot down. He's got his sights on Gelf.
Yes, indeed.
We'll see if the tyres will last for him.
That's the problem. Is it's going to be towards the end of the stint here when if he does catch, and then of course the tyres are going to be in far worse condition. Identical tyre wear for the two of them. 17.5 then for Mike on his fastest lap. Gelf's laps at the moment 18.1. He had an 18.8, and that was a big deficit then on that particular lap, because it happened to be the same lap that Mike put his fastest in. So I think Gelf feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, he's normally pretty good under pressure. He's very hard to overtake. So Mike's got his work cut out. He may be able to use the top speed to. There you go, there's Nick and chat.
Nick joins us in the PS party. We can see on our side.
Boys.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Nick.
We can have a showdown for P2.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Doing up nicely, isn't it?
Yes, brewing nicely. 2.8 seconds. That's pretty close.
Mike's done a good job there.
Yeah, basically the gap you pulled, he's pulled back. So
Pulled back, yeah. We've sort of been ebbing and flowing between the drivers, haven't we?
Not to rub it in or anything there, but yeah.
No. So final stint battle for P2. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
May the best man win, which is me.
Looking forward to it. Nah, I gotta beat you once.
So,
Is,
Mike, 2.2.
Is Candyman alright? Do you know? I've seen the.
So I guess a lot of people aren't understanding what's happened. So he had an accident during stint 3, and his car wasn't moving. What has happened is he's suffering chest pains. Luckily, his girlfriend was right there with him, and she called the ambulance because his speech was very slurred.
Oh,
and,
goodness.
Yeah. It took us all a bit by surprise. So
Yeah, I bet that's.
yeah, so he's in a bit of a situation at the moment. But yeah, we're just waiting for word to hear that he's okay, and it's nothing more than just something small in the grand scheme of things. He's only 18 at the end of the day.
He's 18?
Yeah, he's only a young lad, so we hope it's nothing serious. But yeah, I'm sure everyone's worried about him.
Yeah, I'm sure the whole community behind him and that situation. That sounds awful.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing too major. I see him back out there. Just like he had his someone in the house.
Yeah, very lucky. Back in 2 seconds.
So we've got Mike then now 1.8 seconds away, and as it's been said already, this is cooking. We're really looking forward to seeing these two. I was just watching kind of on the chase cam, essentially, and both Gelf and Mike struggling in quite similar parts of the circuit, going through the S's, both suffering a little bit, and just kicking a bunch of grass across the start-finish line as well, just trying to extend the circuit slightly, and actually Mike following a little bit of dirt from Gelf, kicked up in the air as well, and you can tell both cars really stretching now.
Yeah, we did a practice race a couple of months, well, about a month back now, and trying to follow Nick's with our first sector, you could just see the understeer in that car. You can see it struggling through that first sector, but then it's got the power then down the back straight, so it's a double-edged sword.
If you had to pick a car for this particular circuit, what would you guys go for?
Personally, I like the RS01.
Really?
Quite their race. I do like the RS01. The M6 is really strong. Just going past my house. But yeah, I would say M6 personally. I've done so many laps in it now. I've got really sort of in tune with it. Maybe the Supra. I think the Supra is also another one up there. Obviously, we can't use it in the series. But yeah, I'd pick M6. It's doing us good at the minute, so.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
What about you, Nick? If he's still there.
Sorry, I'm eating pizza.
Yeah. See what I was doing? I earlier on as well.
I haven't eaten all day, so I'm just eating some pizza.
Yeah, me too.
We'll come back to you when you've fulfilled that particular need. But under a second now, Mike behind Gelf, and for once we've got a close battle that isn't over fifth position here. So it's been race long and entertaining, but now it's in the business end. It's lap 77 for these two. I'm guessing. Does that make it lap 80? Yes, for Praia Pro at the head of the field.
Yeah, the tyre wear will probably start to be kicking in now in the next couple of laps. So we'll see what happens between the two cars. Makes them be in the third year.
What has it been? Kind of 0.2 of a second, the delta per lap here.
Yeah.
But we know from watching the other drivers earlier on, that's not enough to make the pass. So he's going to have to apply pressure and you think maybe wait for the tyres to drop off, perhaps?
Well, Mike's been trying to get past as soon as possible to try and build a gap. Obviously, Gelf will be looking to defend as hard as he can. Car's got different strengths and weaknesses, so he may be able to, if he can stay close in the first sector, probably be able to get the power down and get past into the chicane right at the end of the track. So.
Just sort of very different lines going into turn 3 from the two cars as well. So now suddenly that sector was, well, it's 0.4 slower than its best for Mike. Following behind Gelf, it's just a violent overrun backfire of the car going for the downshifts. Not one for making cars go quietly. Our Chevy P3 here, and there you can see the slipstream taking effect. I wonder if it'll be well, he's showing in the mirrors. It's not. It's not an attempt,
I
but
think it'll be enough. But he'll give this as a gauge to see how close he needs to be to make that move.
you can see both drivers very different lines through the corners here, and that's partly the car. But really good to see the way the two attack the racetrack. And that will be Mike now just measuring Gelf. See how his car's handling. Try and gain confidence where he can. Try and make up for his deficit where he can identify that as well. Yellow flag in front of them right now. That's a car turned completely around. Who is that? Oh, it looks like 10/10, unfortunately. We might be able to get that on replay if I'm quick. I'm not quick. Let's have a look.
Turn 6 gets another victim.
Was it turn 6 again?
Yeah, looks like turn 6.
So half a second as they head up the hill again. Is that a flash of the lights from Mike, or is that just it is a flash of the lights happening? I don't think Gelf will be put off quite so easily. Is that irritating if you get that coming from behind, Welshie?
It's not something I do to other drivers. It can be distracting. I don't run with a rearview mirror, so you only really see it in the dark where it flashes sort of around the bottom of the track. So during the day, I wouldn't even notice it really. But you got that option there to use.
And that's not because you're on VR, is it? The rearview mirror. You just prefer not to see it.
I run on the bonner cam. So I've tried to do on the bumper cam, but I prefer the bonner one. So.
So you're one of those sitting on top of the bonnet kind of jobs there. Yeah.
There's a few that run VR in our league, and some of them are really quick. I don't know how they do it personally. I tried it a couple of times, and it's like, but
the sensation of speed is so much greater in the VR system. But of course, you can use your side mirrors. Here we go for the move for second position. Gelf forcing Mike to the outside as they touch, I think, wheel arches. But it looks like Mike has just got ahead. As he knows, Gelf is pushing on into the chicane and holding on to the position. That was really well managed. But at one point, they definitely looked like they came together. Let's have a look. As they come through, he was looking for that gap, was Mike, and as Gelf looks to come back across the circuit, Mike wasn't quite ready, and he did touch indeed. And then Gelf right down the inside. He was a full car length behind, but in the end, Gelf managing to get the better of him into the chicane there. That was nice.
Maybe the BMW with the bad brakes.
Oh, getting hairy there. Mike getting completely unsighted into the apexes, and then just misjudging where he was, climbing all over that apex curb. He's in a hurry, isn't he?
Yeah, he wants to get past. He wants to try and build that gap for Nick, because he's going to need it. Hey! Yeah, this is brilliant racing. Both of them race with us in MRL, so on a Monday night. And it's usually Mike winning, to be fair to them.
Here we go again.
I'm sure
Mike to the outside. Gelf still on that inside line. Mike will have noticed served that Gelf is super strong on that inside line. Doesn't appear to be a deficit of grip down there. Gelf handling this very, very well, this pressure. He closes off the entry into the final corner as well. Gelf does naturally go a little bit tighter on his entries into the corners. Perhaps it's just the car, and then Mike's weaving left and right to get into the first turn better. He'll get a great exit here, but I think Gelf parking it right in the middle of the circuit right now, Welshie.
Yeah, he's positioning the car quite good, making Mike work for it. He can get past here. He's gonna.
That was nice to see as well. So Mike working hard, but these two, I think this is basically the highest position they can fight over, so Gelf is not going to let this go lightly.
No, he's going to try and hold him off as long as he can. He won't want to let him pass, that's for sure.
Oh, he was slow into 6 and then missed the apex into 7. Mike, though, out sort of boxed into following him through turn 7, couldn't really run alongside. We go side by side once again. I think Mike's going to get him on this run up the hill, but then Gelf has just been tremendous on the brakes into the chicane, and he's behind again, but down into the inside line. Mike is fully alongside as they turn to go right. It is switched back, they go side by side again, and Mike has just got that tail ahead as they Mike.
Yeah, that was a... Gelf kept giving room. That's what we want to see with both battles. Two drivers respecting each other there. And Mike will try and want to try and get away now. And Gelf will try and stick right behind him.
Can I ask what lap the leader is on, please?
You may. He's on 86 of 94.
Yeah, I did cut it a bit fine the last lap, the last stint.
On fuel.
No, on then the grid go onto the formation lap. I was going off John's lap count, and obviously there's 3 laps difference there.
Yeah. Yes.
I was like,
We've got Gelf then, who has used a lot. Well, he's got a lot less fuel left in the car than Mike at this stage. So Gelf is going to have to manage. I think Mike can probably push on. Didn't waste too much time behind him.
I am going to jump out of the comms and jump into my own team chat. I think Nick's going to do the same. So.
Well, thanks, both. I don't want to let Nick go without asking for his pick of the bunch of the cars. What would he choose for Road Atlanta if he had free choice?
BMW.
Oh,
BMW again.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Okay,
unanimous. Well, good luck, folks,
Nick,
and
good luck.
hopefully happy driving. See you later.
Yeah, clean race. See ya.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Fantastic to have them both with us, and it'll be me, I think, until we pick up Jaeger again at the end of this stint.
I'm here.
Jaeger's here.
It was just like too crowded in that booth at some time. I was like, no, come on.
No problem.
Entertaining to listen to you guys. Definitely. Good stuff.
Excellent. Well, Gelf is dropping now slightly. I think he's having to manage the car. Slipstream in no man's land. Let's check in on Paymay. 13 seconds still away, but a hell of a stint from Paymay. I think that's got to be stint of the race. I mean, Slipstream has probably gained more time to the leader overall. So I think Slipstream and Paymay have, over the course of this stint 5, have been the stars of the show. Speed-wise, anyway. Nicky has to get the hardest worker award, I think. Yeah. Who has really had it tough. Been behind other drivers for the majority of the race. It does look like Ruzix, though, has now got back past and is starting to gap Nicky, who again looks like Nicky. He stopped earlier to undercut. It worked despite the pit exit penalty, but now is feeling the pain on the tyres, I think, here. Got Gelf in that 3rd place, I think secure in 3rd. Let's go back through the order then, now that those gaps have opened a little. Paymay, 11 seconds to Nicky. Paymay in P7. Ismail, 1:09 back, but hasn't quite lost a lap to Paymay, but it's going to be quite tight by the end of it, at this stint. Bish is in 9th place in the MRL car in the number 9. 1 place gained as a result of a disconnection earlier on. And likewise for the rest of the drivers. We've got Kurt in 10th. We have Gov in 11th place. Let's just see the car come on past for Gov. In the 999, he is 11 minutes away from the lead, 28 minutes from Kurt, plus 1 lap to Subi, who also has an extra lap. But Subi into the pits, and it's damage repair for Subi. I imagine we're going to go for some soft tyres and maybe a fastest lap attempt. But damage repair on the front. We saw him off the circuit, causing yellow flag through turn 6. And Nick declared this is it's turn 6, claims another victim. Well, it's certainly that Subi had to get some repairs done. 29% on the fuel remaining. Didn't stop for much in the way of fuel. Let's see him come out of the pits, and I wonder, has he decided to go for softs? He has. So we'll come back to Subi in a few moments once he's done his outlap, because he may be going for that fastest lap. We've got Identity at the back, 18.5 minutes back from the leader. He is on lap 76. The leader is on lap 90 of 94. A lonely old race here for ORT, but I think they'll take it. They'll be quite happy with a lonely race. It's had to pass plenty of back markers, of course, but phenomenal performance to this point, and they'll just be hoping everything holds together in that final stint. But it's getting to become unassailable now, even if they suffer a disconnection. Tremendous performance here from ORT. Brilliant metronomic pace as well. Late 18s, early 19s for Player Pro. These Portuguese drivers, honestly, they're pretty special. We've got Mike then in second place. His gap to Gelf 1.6 hasn't extended that particularly greatly since we saw the overtake, and we have Slipstream 5 minutes and 8 away from the lead, but a clear 36 seconds in front of the drivers he started nearly 8 seconds behind. In terms of overall race pace, that's I think that might well be pick of the bunch here for the Sector 7's Slipstream. He'll just be hoping his teammate can do a similar kind of stint and put pressure on the podium even, if he were to put in a top stint like that. But of course, I'm sure Nick and Welshie are going to have something to say about that before the end.
Also, are we sure that Portugal is still part of planet Earth? I'm not sure. Their outstanding pace.
Absolutely. I think we need to investigate the Polyphony Digital servers in Portugal. Make sure they're definitely running on 2024 time, because it's frightening the pace that ORT are putting in. There's Paymay then. He is in that P6. And I just want to go and have a look at our driver on the softs as we ride with Subi. This is about to close out Sector 1. He's still 0.2 of a second away from Mike's fastest, and he's put soft tyres on. That's disappointing at this point. But if you can't do it on soft tyres, Jaeger, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yep. Definitely, but you probably have 2 or 3 good laps under soft tires.
Yeah.
They really fade, so, and if you can't get that lap together, then yeah, difficult.
I think that just underlines some of the drivers' incredible pace out here. It's lap 92 of 94 for Player Pro. So he is nearing the end of his stint. Oh, he's low on fuel here, Jaeger. I don't know if you can see his fuel gauge, but
no, I can't see it. But I have been tricked many times during this event where it was like, this is so low. He won't be making it. Still,
I don't know. I'd be guessing at about 5% fuel with a lap and a half to go. That's for him.
Plenty.
Okay.
Fuel.
He's overfueled, has he, for this stint?
Yeah. Have at least 3% remaining when he pits. Come on.
But Old Man Jay asking if you can turn up your temporary exposure all the way. You've done it. Okay.
It's like,
turn it up to 11, Jaeger, because Old Man Jay can't see. So
I just cranked it up to the maximum I can do with the display settings.
Hey, it's no Suzuka, is it? Because it was really dark in Suzuka. So.
Yeah, but by the way, it's really dark, right? No.
Dear me. We got a bit silly towards the end of that one, didn't we? It was...
Maybe.
So, Player Pro approaching the chicane on his penultimate lap. I'm going to check in with Subi again in a second. Player Pro. Oh, he's in. He's coming into the pits. So... that's, I think, is that his stint done, Jaeger?
Yep, that's...
Or is he putting on a set of softs? That is final lap.
93 final lap. That is all good.
Okay, so your leader in, and he will pass the keys over to his teammate. Is it John coming back, or do we have another alien?
Azarian, the third alien in that.
Third alien, okay. Yeah, he finished on 2% fuel there, so just blatantly overfueled that. Shocking. Let's see, how is Subi up to, heading towards his second sector timing beam? Is there a prize for fastest lap for each stint, or is it for the overall fastest lap?
I think there's just an overall award for the fastest lap of the entire event, but you don't get any extra point. It's just like you have an award.
Just bragging points.
Basically,
okay.
Yep. Basically means nothing, just bragging point.
No gimmick medal to wear or certificate or anything like that.
Or maybe you get a digital certificate.
I think you should do a digital certificate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or something, some bling to put on your username in the Discord. So we've got Mike has still got another 3 laps to go before it's second position. So Player Pro is 4 laps ahead of second place.
4? Oof.
That's crazy times. This Road Atlanta really something special, and Mike has now put a 4-second gap on Gelf at this stage. Here comes Gelf coming through turn 1. And then we will see half a lap later Slipstream come through on his 91st lap. I can see on the stream that our ORT is out on track, dominating Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and screwing up the broadcast schedule and the race schedule.
Absolutely. Where are we? We're 57 past the hour.
Running.
So
yeah, we will be finishing ahead of schedule. No way.
Right, aren't you going to stay for? No, because of course it's a 2-minute timer, isn't it, for the final stint?
No, it's still 39 laps. So, but they won't be slowing down. Trust me.
No.
So I have to remove the timer on the screen or the overlay at some point.
Okay. Yeah, just freeze it for a little while and bring it back. Yeah. Yeah, but the guys at the back of the grid have to do a lot fewer laps, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
By the end. So this is the 93rd lap then for Mike. He's going through the S's. So he will be headed. You see, I was expecting them to complete the 94th lap, but that doesn't make sense because they wouldn't be able to come into the pits. So Mike is running 9/10 slower than he's run at his fastest. He's also got plenty of fuel left on the car for the end of his stint. And he's going to be following another driver up the hill. And here we go with the 44. So get your driver ready in the pits. And that's going to be Nick, I presume.
Yep, Nick will be pleased to see a little gap there between himself and MRL. Well,
as Welshie said, he's going to need it. So
yeah, every second.
Yeah, that is Mike then past the pit lane speed limiter point and coming to a stop in the Chevrolet. Gelf on the way in as well. So got to be quick with it to see them both exit neatly. But MRL in the 33 and stopped. So again, we'll be waiting a little while, another 47 seconds for Slipstream to head in. Where is Paymay at the moment? Paymay's got that gap down to 5.6 seconds. He's got to pay a penalty on this lap, but 5.6 seconds is tremendous from Paymay. So he was, I think, 44 seconds behind P7, and he's going to finish 12 seconds behind P5 because I think we've just had Nicky with a problem. I think, let me just see if I can catch that. Nicky's just lost time. What happened to Nicky? Had he already lost the time here? Yes, he had. Unfortunately, I missed it on the replay. But Nicky down to 7th, having lost a good 7 seconds or more on that previous lap. So that's going to hurt as Ruzix comes in the 13 into the pit lane, down to pit lane speed magically. And the BMW hitting its marks and coming to a full stop. And Pei in as well, past the speed limit sign. The whistle going off in the pit lane, of course, just to warn any personnel. There's a car headed in, as is the 77 now from Nicky. And Nicky hits the wall and spins in the pit lane.
Oh.
And he's been reset to track to the front, to the back of the pit lane. That's quite a problem for Nicky then. Let's watch that one again.
We had that happening in stint 1 as well for Machimonko.
I'm going to replay this because Nicky comes in very hot.
Yeah.
No speed scrubbed. Hits the barrier on the outside. Tries to do a 3-point turn and goes backwards down the pit lane, and the game puts him out onto the start-finish straight.
Yep, so same situation as the 13 car, stint 1 and 2.
And Code Brown there for his for the following car.
But he's on the track now. No, that's awkward situation.
Very tough, as we've got Ismail trying to overtake the Moosehead 35 just for putting a lap on, I think. I think that's Ismail coming in. Yes, Ismail coming in. So it was another car passing him. As King is says to Nicky, just park up. just go home, Nicky. Stop already.
You're drunk. Go home. Sorry, Nicky, but yeah, it's very unlucky again.
Absolutely. There's a yellow flag then on the start-finish straight as Bish is going to come through, and he's still got 2 more complete laps to run before he can pit.
Yes. Well, to just witness the weird moment here. Keza for Race Asylum just crashed into the wall. It was like, oh no, it's a lobby crashing, but no, back up on track. But wow. Also, Keza is running the wrong number on his car. Oh no, you're a blab.
Well, the chat enjoyed Nicky's. The chat was enjoying Nicky's pit lane entry there. That was something special.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen that before.
Caught live, caught in the act. Yeah, on the replay as well.
You hit the pit wall so hard you get back on the racetrack is quite rough.
It is.
Sorry, Nicky, but I think we might end up clipping that one, Nicky. So,
yeah.
This is Bish coming through. So Nicky is just waiting on the grass here. The game giving him a 3-second penalty for his infraction, but we are just going to ignore that Nicky's there, causing that yellow flag as Bish for the second time will overtake Nicky. Who's parked on the outside of the start-finish line. And so we'll be waiting for another lap.
Yeah. Pain, exactly.
Pedrino saying, great race, guys. I think, yeah. Great race, you. I think, Pedrino. If that was, if you were player pro, that was incredible. Certainly an ORT driver. I'm sure it is. It feels like a great race for ORT, but I think everybody else has got a lot of work to do and try and catch them around Road Atlanta. Plus 4 laps on second position. Unreal. So this is Bish then coming towards the chicane.
Yeah. So I think we will then swap the streams once Bish enters the pit lane.
Okay, well, here he comes. And he is in. There's the whistle.
Oh, then I go full screen on my end.
And we should be live full screen on stint 6. So thank you, Webo, for the coverage. I was listening to it. Yeah, like in the distance at least. I heard you having a nice conversation with Welchie. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, and yep. Big shout out to Webo in the chat, please. Great stint, very enjoyable. And now let's get on with the racing. The final 2 hours here, 12 hours at Road Atlanta. Hey, what a dominant performance we've been witnessing from the ORT team. So it is 4 minutes and 25 seconds now. That's a massive gap. The 44 cars, like the lucky team during this event so far, started P9, now running P2, didn't look that good after the qualifying. And we heard it earlier in the chat that Nick said they will be happy if they finish in the top 6. Now they're running P2 in the podium, scoring some massive points for the championship, of course. So they're the lead team in that championship. So I can actually bring up the standings for you. But also you see they're leading after 6 rounds with Overboost Racing Team sitting in P2. But the gap will come down a little bit. But worst case scenario for 44 would be that they would have lost their lead. So good drive for that Esports Race Asylum team. And with the 44, Welchie in P3. We heard like a bit of banter going on between Welchie and Nick in that chat. So who will be finishing ahead of each other? Welchie said Nick needs every second he can get before the driver's spot because he will be trying to catch. So we'll have a look at those lap times. We had a 1 minute 20.5 on lap 4. That wasn't probably a good lap penalty or a little off track. But since then we see 18.233 for Welchie. But Nick also like having 18, 119, but now he's 17.9. Not slowing down at the moment, of course. And Azorian, he won with a 17.5. Personal best so far. And we have again Macho Monkey, not Machi, Macho Monkey. Oh, take it easy, Jaeger. Don't get too excited. Third stint of the day for the Sectors 7 racing driver in that number 13 BMW. P5, 30 seconds behind the number 7 Sector 7 racing car. And yeah, looking to get the fastest lap of the stint once again. So I think overall we are looking at a 1:16.8 as the fastest lap of the event so far. Is it possible to improve that? It's on mediums. It's a really fast time. 16.8, but a low 17s, also crazy pace, no doubt about that. So P5 at the moment 15 seconds ahead of Lucas for Race Asylum in the Lexus RCF number 218. Then we have Keza, who is running in that it should be the 77 car, so don't get distracted by the 22 number board because of the health issues. We heard about Candyman, who was supposed to do this final stint, so Keza jumped in and is running that final stint for that Race Asylum team, or in P7 currently. And in P8 we have the Loose Moose Racing Team, the 35 AMG. Alex, I think the second or maybe also the third stint. Definitely the second, maybe the third. Not so sure about that. In P9 we have MRL 2, number 9 car, Johnny Waffle. The GTR. 33 seconds to gap to Richie for last minute racing. Get in there, Wrecking Ball Richie, hammering his way through the roads at Road Atlanta. So is it possible for them to get closer to P9? We saw interesting strategies from that team earlier on, a couple of soft tire stints. For now it is mediums, and yeah, Richie is I think he loves this track. Always quick around here. We'll see how it goes. It's starting in the 1 minute 20s for now. I'm slowly picking up the pace. By the looks, yeah, no, will be probably getting into the 1 minute 19s. Adriano for Race Asylum, 999 BMW. P11, 19 seconds behind. Richie in P10 is a top 10 possible for that team. Would be nice for them, I think. So just bring up the standings once again. So yeah, the Race Asylum team number 3 sitting at P14 currently and yet to score a point, but like getting into the top 10 would give them a well-deserved point, no doubt about it. Well, we'll see if it's possible for Adriano and the 999 car to get that first point of the season. Kaizen in P12 after the disconnect last stint. They're back running in P12, 40 seconds, 42 seconds behind P11. JZ for 1010 Racing in P13 doesn't show the gap to Kaizen. It's C14, 33, 12, 17. That's 2 minutes and 15, 16 seconds, something like that. And we have Beetlejuice for Syndicate Racing, 64 car on the out. Finally on the out lap, yeah. Oh, at the front, it is Azarian, everything under control. As usual, no game sound. Thank you for that. So I forgot, I forgot something to put on the stream setup. So now we should have also game sound. Sorry for that, chat stream. But it was probably still a nice experience to just listen to my voice, right? Enjoy all of it. But now you should hear the engines roaring again around this track. Gap between Nick and Welchie is coming down again. Under 7 seconds it is. 18s for Nick and low 18s also we saw 2 117s already for Welchie. So we could see this battle for P2 closer towards the end of the stint and the end of the race. Creasy in P4. The gap to Welchie quite big, 54 seconds. And Macho Monkey, yeah, chipping away those tenths or maybe even seconds. Yeah, 25 seconds the gap to a teammate in the number 7 car. Lucas P6, so now 18 seconds that gap. Not sure about that, Hansa, but you can probably make a suggestion about a rule change. And as a little bit up and down in those lap times, we saw a 17, some 19s, a 20, 18, a bit all over the place for now, but it was also like, yeah, not much practice or jumping in late for the team. Harlex in P8, 36 seconds to gap to P7, probably out of reach if everything goes to plan. Johnny 1 minute 19 so far. Richie not really gaining, it's 31 seconds still. But got those lap times down into the 1 minute 19 area. Personal best getting closer to the 1 minute 18, 1 minute 18s. Those are the lap times Adriano is doing, so Adriano slowly catching the 45 last minute racing McLaren. With Kaizen in P12, 43 seconds that gap. JZ also running mid 1 minute 19s. Still 2 minute 17, 16 the gap. Oh, Adriano disconnected, so the chase is over for the 999 car. Again, unlucky. Just was mentioning it earlier, yet to score a point, and then they disconnected on that final stint. So again, no points for the team. That's a bit of a shame. But they will try and compete for the final round at Spa at the start of December. Maybe they get some luck in that event. Fingers crossed for it. But yeah, F for the team. Nick versus Welchie, run about 6 seconds. So Nick, again, a bit of ups and downs, maybe penalties. And Welchie, yeah, traffic maybe as well, 6 seconds. Still catching a little bit. But now the traffic not helping them at all. Lost half a second that final sector. Greasy were a gap to Macho Monkey. It's 23 seconds, so Macho Monkey gained some time again. Adriano, sorry to hear that with a disconnect, but yeah, fucking Wi-Fi. I mean, can you manage to get a wired connection at some times? It's always like risky running it on Wi-Fi connection. So if it's a possibility, try to invest into your personal infrastructure. Try to get a wired connection. It will definitely help with keeping that connection stable. In P6 we have Lucas. Trying to match that pace in front of them. It's probably hard. 13 cars still one of the quickest, maybe the quickest at the moment. Oh, big wiggle coming through that final sector. 18.2, that's a good lap time. We saw a 19.7 for Macho Monkey. That was probably due to traffic. And we have Kaza in P7. Getting through some lapped traffic here as well. There's some racing action going on, but apart from that, nearly 50 seconds to Lucas and 36 seconds behind to Alex, so probably not much going to happen in terms of positions. Johnny Waffle and Richie. Richie also with up and downs again, 20, 21, say 19. Gap staying around about 30 to 32 seconds at this stage. So let's get back to Nick and Welchie. Again, under 6 seconds that gap, so Welchie has a target. He sees that gap and he announced he wants to beat Nick in that event. And he definitely has the pace and has the car for this one. So is the time today. Getting closer and closer every corner. A little bit of a wiggle through turns 7 and 8, I think it is. And you have 5.6 roughly going down the back straight. Oh, Greasy all by himself, and Macho Monkey, as soon as he gets some clear track, back into the 1 minute 17th for the number 13. Lucas and Kaza, yeah, the gap stays the same. Alex as well. Johnny and Richie. 31, 32 seconds it is. In P11, what's the gap? Here we see roughly a minute between Kaizen and Richie. That's a big one. Chase that. Don't see that delta show because it's more than a lap, so we need to calculate it ourselves. 14:46. 12:32, that's 2 minutes 14 separating P P11 and P12, and Beetlejuice 4, Syndicate Racing 64 Corvette, 18 minutes and 49 seconds behind the leader. And yeah, 4 minutes behind P12. So without any further disconnects, they will be finishing this race in P13 by the looks. So how about the gap between Nick and Welchie? 5.2, 5.1. Yeah, Welchie again gaining a little bit of time. And we're also getting closer to the first pit stop. Again, the leader will be roughly looking at lap 31. And the gap to Nick 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Bit of time to relax, I think, now for Azarian. A couple of 19s, so not like all out pace at the moment, but no need to, just bring it home now. And it's a huge gap, 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And yeah, well, she gained a couple of tenths again, under 5 seconds now between P2 and P3. Creasy in P4 for the number 7, Sector 7 Racing, Renault RS01, P3 in the overall championships. Probably not going to finish on the podium. P4 would be still a very good result. That's it. Yeah, the 13 car. Some amazing pace from Macho Monkey throughout the entire event. Will they attack their teammates if they get closer? Or if they think about the championship, the 7 car is in front. We'll see if it will happen, or what's going to happen if they get closer towards the end of this race. So Lucas with some really good lap times, low 18s. Also saw them hitting some 17s. Keza in P7 for Race Asylum. It should be the 77 car, so just ignore the 22. And Loose Moose Racing in P8. A lovely AMG. A bit of a gap now. And the gaps between Johnny and Richie, yeah, it's briefly under 30 seconds again. But in the overall scheme, not much is changing between Johnny Waffle and Richie. Well, those are our top 10s. P11, that's LRC. So 55 seconds behind. Yeah, that disconnect was unlucky in the previous stint. They were winning the battle of the McLarens so far, but after disconnect it is Last Minute Racing in P10 currently. And in P12, the number 10 car, 1010th Racing with Chase Set, currently driving, keeping it steady on the track. 18.4 as the personal best. That's serious pace. Same goes for Beetlejuice, now consistently in the 1 minute 18, showing that it is possible to get some decent pace out of that Corvette. Yeah, not the best car, not the easiest car at Atlanta, definitely. And our leaders started lap 30, so I expect them to pit this lap or the next lap, change tires, put in a little bit of fuel, and then continue their dominant performance run. For 33, the gap to Nick, and Welchie is chipping away those 10th, 3.7, 3.8 seconds. 1 minute 18's roughly the average for Nick, mid 118s, let's put it that way. And Welchie, yeah, a bit quicker. No 1 minute 19 over the last couple of laps. So definitely gained those 2 seconds-ish. Finalized. You have to ask that question later on to the admins, to Nick, if he will pay for the bill on behalf of the Arrow. I think they have been abusing the lawn quite a bit. Also the final chicane, you see the trails there. Ruthless racing. 12 hours at Road Atlanta. Yep. You will definitely see what happened after this event on that racetrack. So since the driver swap, where we started with roughly 7 seconds between Nick and Welchie, that gap has come down to 4 seconds. And yeah, we might see that battle for position heading into the final 30 minutes of this race. We see, as expected, Azari now into the pits. Some rash boots, a little bit of fuel, and away we go again. Back onto the track. Nick in P2, Welchie in P3, Greasy in P4 for the number 7 car. Macho Monkey, the 13, is definitely catching 15 seconds-ish, that gap to P4. Lucas in P6, 20 seconds and a bit. But they're doing a really good job there, keeping up that pace, consistently lapping in the 1 minute 18s. Kaza, 18s and 19s most of the time in P7, but the gap to Halex is not really coming down. 37, 38 seconds, something about that. We have Johnny in P9, don't see the gap to P8, 11 16, 7, 44. Oh, more. That's 3 minutes. And 31 seconds. So yeah, best they can get is P9 for the number 9 if everyone finishes ahead without a disconnect. And Richie, yeah, the gap still staying around about the 30 seconds between Johnny Wobble and Richie. Guys, I gained a little bit on the fellow McLaren. 55 last time, now it's 53. But also a long way to go. Welchie into the pits with, again, a little bit of an undercut approach. He knows he can afford it with that BMW, with the tire wear. Also, Nick's tires look still okay in that Corvette. But I guess he will be covering that undercut this lap. Doesn't want to lose too much time on worn tires. 18.8 last time round, and I say, is it? Yeah, it's Macho Monkey close to the 44 car, where we see some early indicators from Nick that he will be pitting. But no, he feels confident the gap is big enough. Macho Monkey won't be closing. Oh, he's driving into the pit lane now. You're covering that undercut. The 30 seconds. Welchie completing the outlap. And Nick refueling, released again. Welchie coming through that chicane, across the pit entry round the final turn, and Nick still on the run out of the pits. Here we go. Welchie coming round the first turn, and that gap has come down significantly. Under 2 seconds it is. So again, that undercut worked for Welchie and Emerald, 33. Now really close to that 44 in P2. And you have roughly 1 hour and 22 minutes remaining. So I guess we will be finishing a bit earlier because of that crazy pace the ORT team is showing today. Gaza into the pits. Yeah, good shot, King Ears. So the refuel rate is quite low, and cars being more fuel efficient will definitely get a slight advantage in that it's. But Nick with a good lap, increasing his lead. Oh, and a big wiggle coming downhill the S's. Bit of a scary moment. So he kept that car under control. Welchie with a 18.7. Oh, Welchie got himself a 0.5 second penalty. No, not good for MRL. Good for Esports Rich Asylum. It is. So that gap will probably go up to 3 seconds. Oh, here comes Welchie serving that penalty, and yeah, jumps to 3.3 seconds. Costly mistake. and Greasy out on track. You see the gap 12.8 to Nacho Monkey, not sure about that pit. So yeah, I think a bit more fuel for the 13. 16 seconds the gap now. Lucas is out on fresh mediums. Kaz are out on fresh mediums as well. We see Halex is in the pits, refueled 52%. New mediums it is as well, and out on track 37 seconds maybe. The gap to Kaz, nothing changed between those two drivers. Johnny and Richie, 33 seconds now, that gap. We'll see about Richie's strategy. Fuel looking good, tires looking good, way better than Johnny Warfel's tires. So is there a bit of a alternative strategy incoming for last minute racing? We'll see. The McLaren probably doesn't have the outright pace, but with the fuel and the tire management, you can make up for a bit of a twist in that strategy. Maybe we'll see. Also, they don't have to complete the 93 racing laps. They're a couple of laps down, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Richie using the soft tires at some point during this race. And oh wow, just went away for 2 minutes and boom, Welchie right behind Nick. 1.1 seconds it is. Yeah, 20.1 for Nick. That looked like a 1 second penalty, or a track limit penalty. Welchie with a 17.9 after serving his half-second penalty. Oh, it's game on. It is game on. .5. Okay, so a good final sector for Nick to give himself a little bit of a breathing room coming through the S's. BMW territory definitely gaining on him again, cutting that grass. Stays within the track limits on the exit. Puts in a personal best sector. You know, it's game on now between the two drivers, both on the admin stuff. And we heard them in the chat earlier on. .4, that back straight is definitely advantage Corvette. And Welchie is pushing. How about Greasy and Macho Monkey? Yeah, after the pit stop, back to under 13 seconds. New fastest lap of the stint, 17.2. We'll go back to Welchie and Nick. It's the closest battle for position, also battle for P2. And close there for collecting another track limit. And what a run for Welchie down the S's. Then on the exit, good speed for Nick, so it's up and down throughout this lap. Again, the exit off turn 8, and Nick still has 1.2, 1.3 seconds, still pulling away from that BMW on the straight. So Welchie needs to get within 1 second to really benefit from that toe. So over 1 lap, the gap stays roughly around 1.5 seconds now. 18.0 and 18.1. Yeah, not much separating those two drivers at the moment. Again, we have Sector 1 with the twisty bits, where the Corvette is struggling compared to the BMW. Not this time though. Nick with a pretty good run and trying to improve his personal best. So as soon as Welchie got close, within 1.5 seconds, Nick starts to excel, starts to put in quick lap times, wants to keep that P2, of course they want. Still 1.5 seconds at gap, so quick run through the rest of the grid. Greasy in P4. Nacho Monkey under 12 seconds, pushing. Mid 17 again. Lucas low 1 minute 18s. Kaza with a blistering 17.7, lap 33 now. 118, 119, maybe bit of traffic. Putting Alex also into the 1 minute 17s in the AMG. Johnny still staying out, but tires not looking that good anymore. 1 minute 20s, same lap times as Richie, and also now the tires are starting to fade on the McLaren, so don't think there will be an alternative strategy happening for the car. We see Alex diving down on the inside. That cost Richie quite a bit time, and let's have a look. Nick and Welchie still separated by 1.5 seconds. Johnny Waffle into the pits. They go for a pit stop. You could see with those tires not performing that good anymore. And Nick, another, yeah, we saw that 17.8, 18.2. It's close between those two. Like the lap times basically the same. And Nacho Monkey still catching 10 seconds in the gap. We were running with Johnny Waffle and Richie into the pits as well. Here going for probably the safe strategy in here. Eyes and eyes on fresh mediums already. Chase set is still rocking very worn medium tires. In, and Beetlejuice with a couple of laps down has probably 3-4 laps still to go before that pit stop is happening for them. And Welchie could feel that slipstream now out of it again, but it's not much at this stage. Nick is really pushing it now. You can tell he wants to keep that P2, also gaining on Azarian in the lead, and gets a 1 second penalty. No, I jinxed it probably. I jinxed it. He was cutting too much. 1 second. That is painful. That is 2.5 seconds. You probably 2.2, 2.5, something about that. And Welchie just 1 second behind. So Welchie will get past Nick now on that back straight. Nick will be forced to slow down, heading into the penalty zone now. So it was 1.2 seconds. Boom. The game just slows you down. Nothing you can do about it. And Welchi with the overtake. Now on the inside, it is Nick. We'll see what's the gap. 7, 8, 10th. So it was just over 2 seconds, I think. So maybe had a little bit of help when he was slowed down when Welchi was passing him. But yeah, we have now the swap of positions between MRL and Esports Race Asylum, the 33 ahead of the 44 car. Roles reversed now. Nick chasing Welchi, and also what a lap. Welchi with the personal best when it mattered the most, and getting past another car. Oh, again that rear stepping out on that Beamer. Giving Nick a bit of an advantage there in the slipstream as well. 1.2 down to 8/10, maybe 7 when they hit the braking zone or that chicane. Oh, it's 8/10 again. A good run through the chicane and turn 4 Welchi, but then again Nick also had a decent run. Final turn under 7/10. 18-0 after that mistake. Exactly what he needs. Stay close to Welchi, not let him run away. Oh, this one. Welchi again in 1 minute 17. Oh, he knows it's hammer time now. He's opening up that gap through the S's once again. 1.2, 1.3 seconds roughly on the exit. Maybe that Corvette can gain a little bit of time. No, it's still roughly 1.3 seconds. Turns 7 and 8. Advantage for Welchi and that BMW is not yet clear. Still, Nick has some of the slipstream and the initial acceleration and the power of that Corvette, gaining back 2-3 tenths maybe on that straight. But one more lap like this and yeah, Welchi is out of that slipstream range and probably gone for the moment. We'll have a look. Another 17 or 18-0 for Welchi. 18-4. So 4/10 lost 1 second. Still a gap between the drivers now. Again, BMW territory. If he nails that section, not ideal, but still carries the speed. And you see that gap going up a little bit, but not as much as on the previous lap. 1.3. Nick needs to have a good exit. Wasn't that good, to be honest. 1.6 seconds now. So it's Welchi probably out of that slipstream now. 1.7. The gap between Greasy and Macho Monkey down to 5 seconds. Also saw that Macho Monkey with a 17.0. That stint again. On the right hand side you see 17s all the way since the pit stop, basically. Relentless pushing for that 13 car, at the unlucky 13 on the first 3 stints. Since then they put in an amazing comeback drive, amazing effort to bring that car into the top 5, maybe P4. We'll see about that, if they are allowed to finish in front of the 7 car, the same team, but the 7 car P3, the overall championship. So we see there are some team orders in play. And yeah, Welchi now nearly 2 seconds up the road. Nick couldn't keep up. For now, it just has to stay in there, has to hope for a little mistake, maybe a little track limit penalty and get closer to Welchie again. So Macho Monkey in P5 catching Greasy under 4 seconds. P6 it's still Lucas 29, nearly 30 seconds behind P5. I think Keza found the rhythm now, keeping that gap steady to Lucas in P6, also to Halex in P8. Still over 30 seconds that gap, nothing to worry about at this stage. Johnny and Richie, so not much happening for them. Kaizen in P11 for LRC, slowly catching P10. Will we get a battle of the McLarens towards the end of this race? We'll see. JZ in P12, fresh mediums, but 19th and 20s, so dropped the pace a little bit. He was running, I think, with 1:18s before the pit stop at some point. Maybe that pit stop didn't favor them. Beetlejuice now on fresh mediums in P13. It is 2.5 seconds. Are they allowed to race? For now it looks like. Two seconds. See, okay. Nick staying with Welchie. Maybe a little bit of lapped traffic. Yeah, we see a car in between them. I think that's Keza in the GTR. Providing a little bit of slipstream down the straight for Nick. It's 1.8 seconds now. I think Keza will be lifting. 1.5, 1.6 roughly. That we have the same gap now between Greasy and Macho Monkey. P4 and P5. We see a fast approaching BMW flying through the S's. And what a run! Half a second, crazy pace. Getting a nice little toe down the back straight. Will we see the move happening? Yep. So Macho Monkey up to P4 for the number 13 car in front of the number 7. So both Sector 7 cars. P4, P5, but now in a different order. Probably no looking back from Macho Monkey. 1 minute 6 the gap to Nick. That's, I say, impossible for the 13 car to close that gap. But it's P4 probably at best. And Nick still under 2 seconds that gap to Welchie. And guess some traffic lying ahead of them. Again, see how that goes for both of them. 1.8, yeah. Some weird tire noises, but everyone stayed on the track. All good for now. So it's the leaders, like, yeah, they're also in this race. Sorry for not showing ORT that much, but it's just too dominant. A gap 4 minute 36-35 seconds. 18-2, 18-0, so yeah, it's not over between Welchie and Nick. So 1 minute 6 last time, the gap between Nick and Macho Monkey. 1 minute 5, yeah. 2 seconds already to Greasy in P5, Lucas 30 seconds roughly behind in P6. Keza then in P7. 27-28 seconds up the road. Alex a bit quicker for now, but still a big gap to close. And yeah, we are within the final hour of this 12-hour race. So yeah, time is slowly running out. Johnny Waffle with the personal best last time around, 18.8. Richie trying his best to get into the 1 minute 18s, 19.0, lap 40. Kaizen already did that, 18.3. .35 seconds the gap. Chase that now back into the rhythm, back into the flow, into the 1 minute 18s again. So good showing for the 10/10 team. Beetlejuice in P13, also a 1 minute 18.0. Great lap time from the 64 car. And Nick is back in the slip. 1.4, 1.3. Keeping Welchie honest. No doubt about that. You see the leaders, lap 54 out of 93. 6-7 laps for the leader to pit. Keza early pit stop for the undercut happening. We will be losing that position to Alex, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, refueling for a bit, but just 41. All right. Wants to go to the end. Where's Alex coming around? T1. Keza still. Keza going onto the softs. All right. So I know what Keza is doing. He wants to see if he can get a shot at the fastest lap. It's a 17.0 for Macho Monkey on mediums. Keza now trying to use the soft tires and see what is possible in that GTR. But he lost that position to Alex for now. And Nick back within a second. So 18.6, 18.4 for Welchi last 2 laps, and Nick is pushing 0.1, 0.2. And we see some traffic in front of Welchi. That looked like a McLaren. Yeah. It's Richie, I think, the 45 McLaren. Yeah, last minute racing. Could be like an easy overtake for Welchi. Gets a little bit of slipstream as well, coming down the straight. Definitely gaining. So Richie getting out of the way early. Where's Nick? 1.5 seconds, but it's now Richie in between the two drivers. Yeah. So a little bit of distraction happening for Nick. 1.6 seconds to Welchi, and he needs to get past Richie before turn 1 ideally, and Richie is getting out of the way, not getting involved into this battle for P2. So good awareness. And still a good run for Welchi again through that first sector. 1.7. Looks like a solid run. Nick. Yeah, not much happening. Let's have a look at Kaza. So the first lap on soft is 17.8, but he has traffic. So that's not really happening. Also, he has blue flags showing it's Azorian, the leaders right behind. So what to do now? So Azorian, they are lapping 18s at the moment. Not really quicker than Kaza. Kaza on those softs that they need to get past the McLaren LRC. Again, we have the option on that back straight, and would be an easy overtake for Kaza now. Kaizen getting out of the way, breaking early on the inside line. So we see the push lap now. This won't be the new personal best, I reckon, with that traffic. He faced 18.1 now. Let's have a look if we see some purple happening for Kaza. .5 definitely gaining on Harlex with those soft tires. But will they get Kaza to the end? So that's the question. Will it give him a chance of a fastest lap? Personal best at so far 2:10. I think it was a not sure what the personal best is so far, to be honest, but it's not purple. 17.8, 17.7 maybe for Kaza. Also 2:10 would be mid 17 for now. Can he improve again? It's 2:10 still, so I guess we will be seeing a 17.5, 17.4, something like that. But still probably half a second off that fastest lap of the race so far. It's a 17.4, yeah, 4/10 the gap. P2, P3, Welchi and Nick up to 2 seconds again. And just have a look at Azorian, lap 59. Fuel getting lower, tires worn, but still okay. So 2-3 more laps for them. Welchi is a bit low on fuel, but the same goes for Nick, so they not much separating both of the drivers for the fuel. And Welchi again in the BMW. Slight advantage when it comes down to the tires. But yeah, Nick needs to push, needs to stay as close as possible. We heard it earlier on that Corvette is thirsty, needs a bit more fuel. Will lose a couple of seconds during that pit stop due to the refueling speed. Another 5 seconds gained for Macho Monkey in P4. 8.5 seconds to gap to Greasy in P5. Lucas in P6. Alex in 7th. Keza is... yeah, I think this was the one shot. 17.4. Now the tires probably fading already. No, maybe just a cool down lap or a little mistake. A bit up on the personal best, not by much. Question is where to find half a second for Keza to get that fastest lap of the stint. Looks like a good run. Quarterback straight. Here we go. Nearly 2/10 gained. A solid final sector. We should see that personal best improving. 0.3 possible. A 0.1. Whoa. Okay, so he had a really good run. Now he knows the sector times now. He is pushing. He is definitely pushing to get that fastest lap. We hear some cheers in the chat. Gelf and Shane for MRL. Come on, Welchi. Yeah, a intense battle between those two. But what actually happened to Welchi? He was in front of Nick. Now he's behind. 2 to 3 seconds. What did I miss? Was there a mistake happening in this lap? Yeah, look at that. It's 1 minute 21, 22, 23. Whoa, that was a big mistake somewhere. Bit of an off track. That's lost 5 seconds. Ow. So again, roles reversed in that battle for P2. Nick and Welchi. Welchi had a 2-second lead, roughly, and then something happened. So, yeah, I think one little mistake, lose concentration on that BMW is still sketchy, but it looks like nothing serious happened. So not losing any time. And both drivers soon to pit for their final scheduled pit stop. We see Nick now going for another lap. Welchi again thinking about the undercut. Yes, he does. It worked last time. How about now? So we keep an eye on that. What about the other battles on track? Keza right behind. Alex looking around the outside on the final turn, not going to happen. And Alex defending the inside line. Keza has the fastest lap of the stint so far, a 17.0. As Rian into the pits. 63, yeah, that's okay. And Keza versus Alex. but there was an overtake. I pressed the save replay button so we can watch it again. I will bring up that replay for us. Let's see how Keza did the move. I think Alex a bit out of shape. And now side by side through the S's and turn 6 and Keza in front for now. Interestingly, Nick staying out for another lap, not covering the undercut this time. So crucial moments for Welchi. Out lap and the first timed lap, so we get an impression. Is he up to pace right after the pit stop again? Nick with 18.6 and 18.9 last 2 laps. It's, I think, decent pace. I'm pretty sure he will be pitting now. Again, nearly 9/10 down, but would be probably a mid to a high 1 minute 18. Now into the pits they go. Oh, Welchi. Get an idea when he comes past the timing sector on that back straight. It looked aggressive. The exit of turn 8. Let's see the delta. Yeah, it's close to the personal best. That's what he needed. Fresh tires. Attack, attack, attack. Oh, how much time is in it? Nick, service done. Welchi coming round the final turn. Where is Nick? Still on the pit exit. Not exciting. Here comes camera. Comes Welchi. Turn 1, side by side they go. Coming out, and it's Welchi versus Nick. Wow, that was close. That was really close. Not sure if there was contact between them, but that was intense. See if I can catch that bit. Here's Welchi. Let's get the chase cam on and see. Oh, nearly touching, but just got in front. Crucial moment for Welchi indeed to get this car P2, but here comes Nick down the back straight in that slip. Probably nothing Welchi can do about it. Let's go to the TD camera. Side by side they go. Welchi on the inside, Nick on the outside. No, backing out for now. Welchi versus Nick. I need some onboard action now happening. Intense moments. Final bits of this 12 hours. And the battle for P2 is really, really close. It's roughly 40 minutes to go. Oof. Yeah, Nick with a good run. Welchi slide understeer moment. And this time Nick with the good exit, the good run, and you could see that overtake happening now. This time Nick going for the inside line, a defensive move. Welchi looking down late, move again. There is contact between the two drivers and there is contact between Welchi and Nick. But yeah, Welchi is waiting, but a bit too aggressive. let's see, no damage, but lost quite some time for this move. We'll watch that replay once again. So Nick got in front, defended the inside line, moved back onto the racing line, which gave Welchie the look down the inside, and then it was just too late. And having contact with each other, but no position gained. So it's race on. Oh, Nick in the lead, but Welchie right behind. Next round in this battle, they know each other quite well, so interesting to see what's going to happen. Nick pushing this Corvette out of turn 8 for the back straight and getting that needed gap before the braking zone. Now BMW again getting closer through the final bits of the lap. It's 3 to 4 tenths. And turn 1 closing that gap already. Heading into the twisty parts. Blind right-hander. Oh, a bit too late. Well, she not the best run. Lost 2-3 tenths. Downhill we go. Still in a good position. 7 tenths coming out of turn 6. 6 tenths. And catching. Braking. Double right-hander. Turn 7 and 8. Once again, Nick needs to rely on the good exit, and he does have that exit. Gaining. Oh, it's 6 tenths, and yeah, well, she's not really gaining, even with that slipstream. But then braking for the chicane. Close between, what about the lap times between the two? 18.1, 18.4, yeah, lost a little bit last time, but still within that battle for P2. And yeah, we have a couple of minutes left, so not important to make the move in the next couple of minutes. But of course, if you get the opportunity, you want to grab it and maybe run away with it. Again, 3 to 4 tenths. And a little bit of a slide coming out of the right-hander for Welchie. This time staying closer to that Corvette, to the 44. Personal best. But also Nick with a good lap, and because it's very close between those two. Approaching the final turn, 4 tenths. And both with a solid, very solid pace. But still, what about Macho Monkey? He probably wants to get the fastest lap of the race. We saw him doing 16.9, 16.8 at some point during this race, but this entire 12-hour race, let's put it that way. And 2:10 this time, picking up the slipstream. Can he stay close this time out of turn 8? Yes, he does. It's 3 tenths. Again, losing a little bit on the initial acceleration compared to that Corvette. It's now picking up the slipstream, staying around about 4 tenths. So again, is it possible for the BMW to make a move? He has to be very, very close behind Nick. Oh, Nick with a wiggle. And it's still under 4 tenths. Coming round again. 18-1 for both of the drivers. So little time to rest before the back straight. But oh, we saw again the grass line from Nick. Whoa! Welchie with a spin. It didn't crash into the wall, but turn 6 another time. Someone fell victim to that turn. Let's watch what happened to Welchie, pushing very, very hard, coming out of the S's. Left-hander turn 6, probably the rear, just stepping out into a slide onto the curb. Boom! And then a nice little 360, and we continue racing, but the gap now, we have 7.2 seconds. Wow, that was a scary moment for Welchie. But yeah, luckily no damage, so can he regroup? Can he close that gap? 7.3 seconds. Macho Monkey 37 seconds. The gap probably too much. We'll see, still lapping in those low 17s after the pit stop. Gets a bit of a slipstream down that main straight. Greasy in P5. Gap to Lucas, yeah, slowly coming down. 23, 24 seconds. Probably also a little bit too late for the Race Asylum driver. Keza, those tires are shot now. Oh, no way he will get to the end. Also, fuel is low. So, but it still has a gap to Alex, so he's running for another lap. Interesting, Alex. 37, 38 seconds, so we'll probably get up to P7 once Keza is pitting. But then we'll see. Probably Keza going for another soft tire run towards the end of the stint. Oh, and what happened here? We see Jolly Waffle already on fresh mediums, and Richie's still running on one medium, so that's why the gap went down to 5 seconds. It was way over 30 seconds. Kaizen as well on some fresh rubber, so we will be expecting Richie to pit now, I guess. And then maybe will we see also a soft run? Oh, I think he cut that entry. A solid yellow line. It looked like that. And Kaizen is a lap down, so Richie will be keeping that P10. And we will see. We see if we see that 3-second penalty appearing for Richie. And will it be soft tires for him? 2 questions that will be answered in a bit. Oh, it's mediums again, not trusting those softs. And yeah, the 3-second, I saw that, Richie. I saw that. Understeered a little bit too much. And then Keza into the pits and out all fresh soft tires. Yeah. in front of Halex, so kept that P7 and yeah, pushing again probably on those softs. So let's have a look at Nick and Welchie. Nearly 10 seconds now. I think Welchie lost a little bit of the rhythm. Again, a 1 minute 20.7. He regrouped with a 17.8 on lap 68, but a 20.7. That again another mistake, probably, of a penalty. Not sure. Either way, it's now nearly 10 seconds to Nick with roughly 30 minutes remaining. For 50 the gap between Azarim and Nick. So where are the leaders? On lap 74. Starting lap 75. Nick. Exit of turn 6. Welchie again gaining a little bit, but is it enough? Is there an opportunity, a possibility to get closer to Nick? Macho Monkey low. Oh, look at that. 17.099 wasn't even the best lap, so it must be really, really close for that fastest lap between Kaza and Macho Monkey. We saw them running. Okay, you're staying with Macho Monkey, purple sector 1. So will we see the first 1 minute 16 happening in this stint? Yeah, I think the overall fastest lap is a 16.8 and a bit. No, not purple anymore. So we will run with Kaza. Let's see. Got a little bit of a gap to attack on this lap. Fresh, soft tires. And will we see the 16 happening? We'll get it. Here we go. That's on track for a 16.8. Wow. So wait for the second split. It's still purple. Couldn't spot any major mistake. Yeah, 2/10. So we are witnessing a 1 minute 16.8. Maybe a 0.7. 60.9. Okay, lost a little bit in that final sector. Still improved the fastest lap of the stint by a bit. And Nick versus Welchie, 10 seconds still. That would have been the fastest lap on the previous lap. For now, it's just personal best, 17.004. It's a little bit of a battle going on between Macho Monkey and Kaza for that fastest lap of the stint. Keeps the Sector 7 driver busy, occupied. Get down this time. What about the gaps? Lucas 2, Greasy 21 seconds, still catching. Let's have a look. Mid to low 18s for Greasy and mid to high 17s for Lucas. Alright, definitely catching. Probably not as quick as he would like to. Alex on those mediums, 17.7, a great lap time as well. Not losing too much to Kaza, and let's see if when those soft tires start to fall off towards the end of the stint, maybe there's an opportunity for Alex to pick up the pieces and grab a position. That looked a bit wide from my liking. Kaza, was it within the track limits? No, it wasn't. Half a second he was pushing. He had a really great run, but nope. Won't be happening this lap though. You saw Macho Monkey was down a little bit again. Mid 17s is still a good pace, so let's have a bit of a run down the grid order. Lap 78 for the leaders. Starting lap 79 soon. Also see the consistency. 17s the last 4-5 laps. Again another 17. So lap 79, and we have Nick on lap 75. We are 4 laps behind the leaders in P2. 17.8 last time round. Actually, low 18s, and in P3, Macho Monkey in P4, mid 17s for now. Probably won't be able to push for that fastest lap. We'll see. Greasy in P5 for the number 7 car. Lucas for Race Asylum in the Lexus RCF. E6 under 20 seconds that gap now. Kaza in 7th position. I think the hunt is over for that fastest lap on those softs. Saw the best. And Alex in P8, so we'll see about that battle between Kaza and Alex towards the end of the race. Alex on those mediums, definitely the advantage towards the end of the race. As Johnny Waffle in P9, big gap to Richie now. So Richie finally. Oh no! Johnny Waffle disconnected as soon as I said a big gap. So another big F in the chat, please, for MRL team number 2, the number 9 car, and a very good race, and then unlucky that DC. So Richie up to P9 for Last Minute Racing and Kaizen for LRC in P10. Still looks like Last Minute Racing will win the battle of the McLarens. A 30-second gap. Then 10th Racing in P11. Chase at 18s. 18.2. Look at that pace. Very good pace in the GTR late in that race. And Beetlejuice also finding that groove, but he's also now using the soft tires for the final bits of this event. 17.8. It is so. We have the gap, Kaza and Alex. 3 seconds between the drivers. Ricky, no, I don't have any updates, but maybe someone in chat knows about Candyman's condition. Just focusing on the race, and maybe someone has infos in the Discord. Battle for P2 probably not gonna happen. 12 seconds, Nick. Very solid pace, and well, she probably lost the focus a little bit after that spin. Probably just a bit disappointed that that mistake happened. Would have been a great battle between those two until the end of the race. Needs to stay focused. Still, it's Macho Monkey just 24 seconds behind, and one or two mistakes, off-track spins, and boom, there goes the podium. And I think getting a podium for MRL will be an awesome result for them. So now it's probably just bringing that car home. P3, a very good result indeed, and also a surprisingly good result for the 44 team. Started P9 and probably will be finishing P2 and at the end of the 12 hours. We wait for the something gonna happen on track for the gap. So Lucas under 20 seconds the gap to Greasy, but yeah, time is not your friend now if you're catching them. Keza still in front of Alex, nearly 4 seconds. The soft tires, he's currently running maybe 35 to 40% wear. Will be dropping quickly, I guess, for the last couple of minutes. This could be Alex's opportunity. Just stay within that range, not let him get away too much, and exactly what Alex been doing. 18.1, 18.4 for Keza last time around. Richie in P9 for last minute racing, and probably also taking it easy now. Has a nice gap to P10, and the second McLaren should be golden to finish in the top 10 in P9. That race. The leader has a Rian on lap 84, a little bit of a wiggle. So that's he crosses the line. There's 9 laps to go, and that's then also 9 laps for everyone else to go. So yeah, looking at roughly 15 minutes, maybe a bit less. We'll see. That pace is just crazy. Consistency and low 18s like a clockwork, running those lap times. Nick on lap 81, nearly 5 minutes behind the leaders. Welchie 13.8. Yeah. Macho Monkey still running high 17s, a great pace. Let's wait for that overtake to happen. Lap traffic. It is a McLaren. It's the 45 car. Greasy in P5, managing the gap and the pace to bring That Renault RSR1 back home in P5 for the third. Number 3, the overall standings, let's put it that way. Couldn't find the correct pronunciation. Lucas in P6. Catching. And yeah, we see now the gap between Kaza and Halex is coming down. 2.2 seconds and 18.5, 19.0 for Kaza, and Halex with those low 18s. Again, getting back to challenge Kaza for P7. Richie Kaizen, we were running with them. We have still 10th Racing with us in P11. The gap to Kaizen 50. That's roughly 2 minutes. One minute 50. And Beetlejuice in P12. Showing some great lap times for the 64 Syndicate Racing Corvette. But the gap to JZ is still 3 minutes 25. I think the closest on track is Halex versus Kaza. 2 seconds. Again, an 18.2 versus 18.5. So can Kaza keep that position? It's questionable, doubtful, I'd say. The tires are fading now. It's 60%, maybe closer to the 70% mark on that front left. And Halex having a penalty to serve. Roughly at 55% wear on the mediums versus 60 to 70% for Kaza on the softs. And they will be wearing on a higher rate. So that penalty definitely helps Kaza to keep that position. Sorry, for a little bit longer. And Nick looks like we'll be bringing it home in P2. Welchie in P3, 15 seconds the gap between the two drivers. Macho Monkey 18.5 seconds, still catching, still hoping maybe for a little mistake to happen. And Azorian on lead lap 88. So approaching the final 5 laps of the race. And a few looking good. Tires a bit worn maybe, but yeah, just 5 laps to go when he crosses that line. Well, you should be good. Nick in P2. And Welchie P3. Macho Monkey P4. We saw that. Greasy in P5. 15 seconds to Lucas, who is still catching. Guys up with open up that gap again. Not sure what happened to Alex. Maybe another penalty. 19.6 twice in a row now. That's consistent, but not the pace he wants to go, probably. tires now really shot for Keza. Looking at 85 to 90% on that front left tire. And with 5 laps, around about 5 laps to go, that's no, less 7 minutes, something like that. Alex gaining now again, so let's see about Keza's lap time. 19.2 here, dropping in pace. Alex with 18.8, gained a little bit on it. And 4 laps to go. Not missing anything for the top 3 positions. Macho Monkey pushing down to 15.7 seconds, still lapping. 1 minute 17 on those mediums. Greasy and Lucas, Keza and Alex, Richie, Kaizen 25 seconds. Chasat in P11 and Beetlejuice in P13. So we'll stay with the leaders now for at least a lap. And 2 more laps to go. Yeah, the race pace way too quick for the internal calculations about how long this race will actually last. So shout out to ORT for smashing this race. Alex and Keza under 3 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that. What a performance, what a race. Penultimate time coming down the back straight. No, it's actually not the penultimate time because I'm a lap, because we are racing up to the end now. We're not having any more travel stops, so it's actually now that we will be starting the penultimate lap of the race. Here we go. Now we can have a quick look at Keza and Alex. The Keza's tires are done. No, 95% to wear. It will be a tough final minutes for Keza as well. And someone is joining my party chat. Hello, hello.
Hello.
It is Ray. Good evening, good evening. So,
Hello, darling.
knackered a little bit after running this event, but quite fun. Not gonna lie. Good racing all around, and yeah, a smashing performance by ORT. Wow. It's out of this world.
I haven't been home today, so I've been trying to help where I can, like remotely.
Wow. Dedication.
So I mainly sort of popped in to sort of say that at this moment in time I haven't heard any more from Candyman or his girlfriend. Obviously, he's in everyone's thoughts and stuff.
Yeah.
As soon as anyone hears anything, we will pass the message on to let everyone know that he's safe and well. Obviously, an unexpected turn of events for today.
Definitely.
But yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know that I still haven't heard anything, and as soon as I do, I will let everybody know.
Yeah, so keep
which
an
is
eye on the
obviously
Discord
hoping-
then, yeah, if you're interested. And yeah,
Yeah, we're hoping no news is good news.
yep,
Um,
that's true.
but other than that, you're absolutely right. URT are just fantastic.
Yeah, they're on the final lap, by the way, so 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
Jesus doing Jesus things again.
Yeah, it was my Nick. Nick is on point. He would have finished the race just in time as planned, but ORT just they had different plans for
another
today.
plan.
Yeah, definitely. So well done, ORT, coming through the final chicane, past the pit lane for the final time, around the final. Jordan, come on, flash your lights, do something, celebrate. Yeah, here we go, Azarian, well done. Congratulations, ORT, for that W. And Nick will be finishing in P2 for that 44. Wow, what a race for the
That
44
was
car
the
as well.
biggest surprise.
Really, yeah.
Biggest surprise, yeah. Practice for them has been tough, was an understatement. The car just has not been ideal at the track. Fireware's been an issue.
Everything,
It's
right,
very
yeah.
thirsty.
Thirsty,
Yeah.
yeah, so
But they've just outdone themselves today. Just, yeah, really, really surprised and impressed.
mm.
Um,
But yeah,
But, yeah.
kept it steady in the end, yeah, and
yeah, and do you know what? Sometimes consistency is the quickest strategy.
so Nick comes round, finishes race in P2, and Welchie also shout out to MRL for a great race, best
They've had a
finishing position,
fantastic race.
yeah, in the GT Endurance Championship this season, P3. Will you please still, Welchie will be gutted a little bit with that mistake he made. He would have loved to beat Nick, no doubt about it. And
Yeah, for sure.
that is the end of the race. Well done. So we'll quickly grab the results for you on screen. Get rid of all of the overlays and stuff. We don't need them anymore. But well, thank you for creating the overlays, Ray. Much appreciated to
Oh,
have
you're
them
welcome.
on stream. Just need to get rid of my name now, and it should look good. Here we go. So we have the provisional race results then after the 12 hours at Road Atlanta. ORT smashing it 3 laps in front of everyone else.
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Sports Races Island number 44 in P2, MRL 33 in P3. That's fitting. And the unlucky 13 got up to P4 again. So after an eventful race, I don't know if you watch it, but stint 1 was crazy, like getting taken out
Yeah.
by the backmarker T-boned, then
Yes,
crashing for the
did
driver
see
swap,
that.
and yeah, so probably pretty
It was a
much
problematic start for them.
yeah,
but
definitely, but then yeah, especially Macho
recovered
Mauki showed some insane pace. Yeah, yesterday already in the qualifying session.
stupidly talented driver, stupidly talented.
It is.
Madness.
Yeah, so well done. P5, we have the second Sector 7 racing team in that Renault RS01. Then one of your boys, 218 Lexus, Lucas finishing in P6. Eza with the fastest lap of that stint. He was going for it on those softs. 16.9 in the end. Not the fastest lap overall. But yeah, still a good effort. Also a shout out to Kessa, who wasn't supposed to race. But
No, he wasn't, and it's just as well he could with what happened with Candyman, and Nikki wasn't supposed to race, and
yeah,
it all went a bit haywire for
A bit.
them, but
yeah,
they finished, and I'm proud of them.
good. But you need to give him a little slap on the wrist because he was using the wrong livery. He ran with
Beg
it.
your pardon.
He ran with the 22 number instead of the 77. Yeah, it was confusing me.
Oh, he's used the Wes livery.
Yeah,
What a-
yeah, what? What a
What a
blab. Yeah,
tit.
what a tit. Oh, God, but
He will get a suitable slap on the wrist.
yeah, okay,
I'll make sure of that.
that's fair. But in P8 we have Loose Moose racing with Harlex in that AMG. Put on a good fight with Kaiser. Finish in this one. So yeah, still unlucky we had 2 disconnects on that final stint. That's a bit of a shame.
Yes.
See
Yeah,
that?
big shame.
Yeah, Adriano for the 999 BMW. They were catching like Richie.
Yeah, they were doing good, pushing hard, and it's
Yeah.
a shame.
Yeah, and I was really
A shame
like
for
they were waiting still for their first point in the championship, and it looked so promising, right? That wow.
it started so well.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's still
These things
one more
happen.
chance, right?
Technological issues
Yeah.
are things that just happen. We can't help them. And it was the same. Was it MRL2? They also DC'd
Yeah,
this stint, so that was a shame. They had a great
Yeah.
qualifying and a great
Yeah.
start.
I don't think Yeast will approve that great start. A bit of a shaky one. I think he got a bit of damage with the formation lap shenanigans that happened. So, but
They
still
were in the
recovered.
mix.
They were in the mix, yeah,
They
running
did,
in
yeah.
P9, like a really strong performance there from the team. And then the end, yeah, unlucky disconnect. We'll see where they finish in the end. Probably outside of the top 10 here. Won't get all those laps back after the disconnect. They will be they
No.
will be classified still in
Yes,
that race.
yeah, everyone will be classified. It will just be however many laps
Yeah.
that they didn't complete.
So in P9 it's last minute racing with Richie finishing the stint for the team. And one of I think the newer Race Asylum acquisitions, Kaizen, for LRC in P10 with the team. And also shout out to 1010th Racing, second appearance on the GT Endurance Championship, after they had like a learning experience last time around with jumping in very, very late, and a bit more preparation this time. And
Slightly more prep time this time. Yeah, it's nice to have them be able to step in. Obviously AHR was sorely missed, but hopefully they can make it back for the final round.
Yep. In P12 we have the 64 Syndicate Racing. They also had like the best race. They struggled with the pace.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough run for them.
Definitely,
Yeah.
not. But in the
I
end,
think a lot of that probably is the car. It's
maybe, yeah. In the end,
not the best round there.
we had Beetlejuice there showing some pace as 70.2 in that Corvette. Not a bad time, I guess. So it's possible to get some lap time out of this Corvette, but yeah. And yeah, and then 13 and 14 for now on this screen. Pretty sure that Morel will finish ahead of the Race Asylum. Connect happened.
They managed to complete more laps, yeah.
That's it, yeah. Right, that's it for the 12 hours here at Road Atlanta. Thank you all for watching, for being active in the chat. Shout out to Lil Nicky and Webbo helping us on the comms. Also shout out to Welchie, who stepped into the commentary booth and provided us some nice insights as a driver and also as an admin series. So well done. I think you're welcome to do this more often if you want to. Good to hear.
And thank you to you as well, Jaeger, for keeping this going on the comms front.
Always a pleasure to run. So bring up the race calendar. This was round 7, and you see at the bottom, round 8, 7th of December, Spa, 24 hours, Belgium.
I'm not sure if that's the new date or the old date.
Okay, so we'll keep you updated on the concrete date, but it will be happening in December, I guess.
Yes, it is early December, but I
Yeah.
know we had to move the date, and I
Uh,
can't remember if that's the
so
new one or
you
the old one.
you're saying you haven't updated the race calendar poster then? If the race has been like
Possibly not.
rescheduled, possibly not.
I think I have though, because that's dated August, and I feel like
Okay.
that is the
Yeah,
correct
that
the
was
correct
the
one.
latest one I found on the Discord. Yeah, so
Yeah, I feel like it is correct, but
like yeah.
it's not often I'm wrong, but it does happen.
We will get you updated definitely, and everyone can also join the Discord, or probably most of you are already in the IRO Discord, and you see the dates, you will get the announcements, and yeah. So again, thank you everyone, drivers, teams, representatives, the admins. Let's see about the stewards, how busy they will get for this event. So probably on track. It was quite lean racing. I think a couple of blue flag situations that could have been handled a bit better. We'll see about that also. I heard about the formation lab with a bit of chaos happening. So we'll see about the investigation. But yeah, as usual, don't expect the results to be out tomorrow. Probably more towards the end of the week on the results.
Yeah, we do. We try to get them out by the following weekend. So as long as incident reports are light,
Yeah.
we should have something. I'd
So
like to say by this time next week, we should have something for everyone.
yep. That's it. So did you hear that, drivers and team representatives? Be nice to the stewards. Yeah,
Please.
please. Pretty please. Yeah. It is. All right. Yeah. I mean, with this result, I don't think that ORT will lose that win. But they will close
No,
the
I'm
they will
pretty sure
close the gap
that's
to the
yeah, I'm pretty
44
sure
in the
that's sewn
championship.
up.
So
So that's exciting to have a last round battle to the end kind of thing.
yeah, maybe roughly looking at 20 points separating those two teams after
Yeah, I think
7
Nick did
rounds.
some maths,
Hmm.
and it was something like that. So yeah, Spa's going to be an exciting race, and I will
A
be
long
doing a
race.
rain dance.
A couple of them. It has to rain at least once, and also like it's maybe a good move to schedule that race in December, because the weather won't be great IRL at Spa during that period.
Well,
So
I'm
you
hoping that it'll be a nice wet winter
yeah,
for us.
maybe something similar happens like Suzuka. It was like monsoon at the start, monsoon at the end. So good luck with that. Yeah,
That would be
we don't
nice.
know.
That would
We
be nice.
don't know. Yeah.
But I'll be praying to the weather gods.
Yeah. I mean, if
Everyone can hate me later.
but if there's like snow on the forecast, it will be translated into rain, right? Snow is rain.
I think that's a pretty sensible
Yeah,
transition,
totally up
snow
for that.
into rain.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah. All right. So, it's been a long day, so I'm gonna end the
It
stream
has. Let's
now.
go.
Yeah, so again, thank you, and hope to see you soon in December. The
Good
actual
night, everybody.
actual date, and yeah, will be presented by you for you very very soon. All right, so
So professional.
over and out. Yeah, goodbye.